everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hello. Super excited to see some familiar faces here. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome to our Master of Science Computational and Advanced Design program, accredited by the UACEG. The program pushes the boundaries of design and transcends through a multitude of design skills while advancing immensely the students' design and software capabilities. It's organized in 5 leading design chapters and 5 supporting technical and theoretical labs that spanned over 9 months. And today we are reviewing Chapter 2, Corpuscle. And as I introduce this review, we are zooming around the work in progress mirror boards to display the incredible amount of work that the students have explored in this chapter. And firstly, I would like to express my gratitude towards our students and their efforts and their really hard work during the semester. We're closing the first semester with this chapter, as well as our educational team. Our core leads, Eva Hefes and Tung Hengen, our technical lead, Pedro Venegas Rodriguez, my peers, Svetlana Georgieva and Michael Pryor, and our chapter leads, who led this chapter, like Alejandro Garcia Gardea and Oscar Olsen. I would love also to introduce our guests for today. We have with us today Danny McKillis, a CAD and 3D surfacing expert from Logitech Ireland. Davud Ohadi, 3D footwear design director from Lululemon. Laura Gonzalez, who is a research collaborator from MIT Media Lab, and she's going to be the lead also in Chapter 3. With Andrei Padure. So we have Dr. Natalia Lima, who is a founder of BioLab Studio, with Sam Fahil, architectural designer, and now working at NYIT. Daniela Getovici, director of ArchAgenda. We have Megan York with us, 3D footwear designer at Nike. We have Nadia Kutireva, who is a 3D footwear designer at Nike. And Fatma Farag, who is a faculty of the American University in Cairo, and she is also a graduate. Walter Patrick Smith, who is director of Education Lab Architects. He's also a graduate of the program. So thank you everyone for joining us today. Very excited to have you. I'm just going to say a couple of words about Chapter 2, Corpuscle, and I can hand it over to the first team and we can start. The second chapter of the program, which we're reviewing today, is revolving around the habitats that the body it developed during the first stage of the program, or what we called in Chapter 1 prosthesis. And during this period, the students have to answer questions regarding what kind of residence such a body calls for, using the theoretical frame already developed in the first stage. The students had to design and produce a space that will cover new body's housing needs, as well as act as the starting cell of the future city. So we are going to be trickling down to Chapter 3, creating aggregations and creating connections. So some important points you might need to keep in mind for this review is that this is not an architectural master's, but a program focused on envisioning the future of humanity. We are reviewing a habitat level design for the students' Chapter 1 prosthesis, and we will be looking at just one unit today, which will be the part it's the part of a bigger design aggregation in the next chapter. So connectivity and how the cells will aggregate is vital. And yeah, please keep in mind that presentations should be contained within 7 minutes. Reviews will have to be no more than 7 minutes as well for each of the teams. And Eva and Tung will keep us help us keep time. Feel free to take photos and screenshots and share the work in social media. Without further ado, I hand it over to the first team.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, especially on a Saturday. Appreciate it. I'll start sharing my screen.
Hi everyone, we are Group A1 and today we are here to present our project Cyologica. I'm Nasha, based in India.
Hi everyone, my name is Josh and I'm based in Germany.
Hi everyone, I'm Tala and I'm based in Canada. Wrapped in the warmth of the head pouch, I glimpse Nebulous, a distant planet in the Hermes asteroid belt. Here, temperatures can plummet to negative 77 degrees Celsius. The planet's eerie beauty arises from a freezing ammonia haze and the presence of metal-infused life forms. Most of our life exists underground, and as a cyphozoan, my kind experiments with bioengineering to adapt and thrive in this challenging environment. The unwitting invention of our species unfolds a legacy marked by dire consequences for our home. Within the symbiotic dwelling sustained by blob structures, I, a resilient creature, navigate ammonia vapors and dark passages, reflecting on Nebulous's once thriving society now consumed by the cyphozoan's experiments. A world devoured by insatiable curiosity as we continue to explore the nebulous and find our home and our habitat. Cradled within the soft and warm confines of my parents' head pouch, I experience a cocoon of comfort. Nutrients gracefully flow from my parents' tentacle into the pouch, nourishing me in this protective space. With advanced emotional intelligence, I sense the intricate tapestry of my parents' feelings. And from this unique vantage point, I overlook and perceive my environment, seeing through my parents' eyes as they navigate our shared world. The cosmic engineers crafted an advanced high-tech dwelling within the depths of Nebulous, a marvel that lay abandoned until I, alongside my parents and fellow cyphozoans, claimed it as our habitat. Through our collective intelligence, we repurposed and further advanced the dwelling, breathing new life into the remnants of their ingenious engineering.
In the depths of the cavernous craters of Nebulous, a ghostly crimson glow radiates from the abyss. Here, hidden in the darkest corners of the labyrinthine cave system, we, the cyphozoans, have found our layers. Cyologica, the smallest node within our sprawling cities, is a silent witness to our origins, our history of abandonment, and the intricate symbiosis with the planet we are supposed to protect since the beginning of our era. In these clusters, my kin and I, 15 to 30 creatures, find solace, meeting our basic needs. Cyologica is our haven, a place for communion, rest, cleansing, and storing prey. Left only with the discarded remnants bestowed upon us by the cosmic engineers, we resiliently adapted to Nebulous' unforgiving terrain. Forced by necessity, we cultivated a profound symbiosis with the blob-like life forms that traverse these shadowed realms. In the heart of Cyologica, the nexus of the symbiotic dance, the accumulating blob intertwines with our habitat, a delicate fusion of pods crafted from a blend of technical and organic materials anchored by a spine-like backbone. Initially living in small communities, our endless quest for the true purpose of our existence led to the evolution of a greater society. Aggregating our dwellings into larger structures strengthens us. We've connected them by the spinal passages, allowing traversal. To explore the planet's surface and establish new cities, we plan to build a hyperloop system for rapid travel, the key to our growth and identity, ensuring our species' existence. The gathering space. The linchpin of our enigmatic dwelling stands as a testament to the cosmic touch of the engineers. A luminescent structure, once a celestial energy source, bathes the room in a mesmerizing blue glow. Cables snake along metallic walls, infusing the space with an otherworldly illumination. The blob, A sentient witness to our rituals converges near this focal point, absorbing the residual cosmic energy. It is here that we gather for our councils and weave the fabric of our mystical rituals.
Neural wave transmitters, also known as NWTs, are an extension of the transcendence core which hovers over the SIO entrance. NWTs use fungal networks to mimic neural transmissions hovering over ground so as not to hinder with SIO blob interweavings of Psylogica. NWTs help us to communicate in groups. At the same time, these also store and transmit information to and fro other SIO units located within this and colonies located deeper into the tunnels. Cypherzoas also utilize NWTs to uncover the secrets of planet nebulous, working in conjunction with blob.
In the comforting embrace of my parents' head pouch, the pouch replenisher becomes a lifeline, a specialized haven meticulously designed by the Cypherzoans. It delicately works to cleanse and disintegrate the unique back pouch, enhancing nutrient absorption and fostering a vital detoxification process. As my parent attaches their pouch to this replenisher, a symphony of physiological optimization unfolds, ensuring the seamless assimilation of nutrients that fuels not only their well-being, but in turn, my growth. It's within this sacred moment that a glimmer of hope and a profound sense of future growth embraced me, casting a light on the journey within my parents' pouch.
Nisha, you are muted.
This is my first time as a pilgrim to the oasis, the birthplace of Cypherzoas. This journey is relentless but a necessary one. The oasis holds traces of lost DNAs which can no longer be detected anywhere else on the planet. The presence of these elements makes it the only place where we can place Robilla to absorb the original Cypherzone ancient DNA. Exhausted, I retrace my steps back to my home. In the wake of this arduous venture, I find solace in the thought of resting my tired body in the warmth of hibernation pods. Hibernation pods offer a sanctuary where I could rest, rejuvenate, and transcend the passage of time, entering a state of emptiness. Hibernation pods were invented by my kind to counter the fatal exhaustion faced by most of us post laying out fetus generation cocoons at the banks of oases. Now, finally home, entering a state of hibernation, I embraced the respite it provided, knowing that the next 17 moon cycles would be a time of dormancy, allowing my weary form to recover and prepare for challenges that lay ahead. As I drift into the unconscious abyss of deep emotions, pain fading away with my grasp on reality, I see flashes of red and yellow. Fire, could it be that this is our future? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for sharing. Beautiful work. What I would like to start with is how important storytelling is to these masters, and I think that like you're tying everything beautifully, like with your story, and like going really deep into like each like part of it, and really like dissecting literally like every part of the design and thinking very thoroughly through it and attaching like this like meaning like to the storyline with the design. So I think that like you're doing a wonderful job there. There is a great opportunity for you guys to go back to the way you were actually presenting in the previous chapter in lab, because you went far too fast, like especially like the ladies, like in the way that you present. And this is something that like I just need to stress out right now, because like as we know, like we have like more presentations to like move forward, look forward to, and like it's just very important that like you have the time to slow down, but not only like in the matter of how like you're telling the story, but also on the matter of like the images, right? Like not clicking around like 10,000 images and not being able really like to see like what is in front of us. it's just too much material, right? Like, so there is some like material that like might need to be purged, or, you know, you just need to like, you know, have more time like to rehearse probably. So these are a little bit like of the things that like would improve the presentation immensely. On the other hand, like I do feel that like some of the designs, because like we weren't able like to see like some of the designs, like I feel that like there was an opportunity like to go into like some of the pods a little bit more on the sections and stay there longer and understand a little bit more like how these things function, right? Like not just the exterior shells of the design, but also like interior of how like the interior functions. Because I do feel that like in your case, you are creating an organism, right? Like even the corpuscle is on that level. It's very, very organic, like in the way that it performs and it works, it's also on this organic level. So I feel that like that's where, you know, like the opportunity just to show how this organism works, like from the inside, not just from the outside. Like it's a vital part of this. But the project is really unique. It's coming together. I think that like it was wonderful that you guys like showed also the connections about chapter 4 kinesis and how you're envisioning this part. It was a glimpse towards that world, and I really appreciate this part. So this is it for me, guys. Like really like well done. Beautiful work.
No,
Thank you.
I'll just say quickly a few words as well. I think like in general, I think like you guys had like always like great detailing in your images, so I think that's highly appreciated. And I always like how you were trying to connect as well to your narrative and like bringing meaning to all these details. I think like one thing that I will have probably added on the presentation is kind of trying to explain, you know, why we ended up with this shape. Like it's almost like a, you know, like we're all familiar with what you end up doing, but almost architecture in terms of space making and how your inhabitants of the Corpuscle lives in there. I think like it's something for every group to kind of highlight, especially when you have like new members in the jury that are seeing the presentation for the first time. And I think, yeah, like in general, like I guess like we all wish we had a bit more time for you guys to get more in depth on the detailing and dive into the reasoning why you took certain decisions. I think the interiors, they improve a lot from last review we had, so appreciated the efforts there. I think there were opportunities perhaps to bring more variation and richness into that, because you do have several languages that you've explored throughout this chapter. I think, you know, just like as you go through the master, try to really identify what are your kind of unique design features that you don't want to lose as you kind of get more into later stages. I think like, you know, chapter 1 and chapter 2 kind of defines a bit like your design aesthetics, and then it's a matter of like, you know, adding more complexity and scale. But there are certain elements that you should try to kind of keep as you move forward. But yeah, thank you for the great work, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in here as well. I'm gonna say, yeah, thank you so much for the great work. Like Alan put it in and said, I think you guys did you know, great improvements during the chapter, and it's nice to see how, you know, how all the renders improved in between when we finished off with you guys and seeing it now. You know, like the other said, I feel like it could benefit. There's so much detail, so much richness in the stuff that you've done that like it'd be nice if I feel like just a tiny bit slower so we can get to like experience all the, you know, all the details that you guys have really poured all this time into. Personally, I just had like two very, very minor comments on I think the like neural transmitter and the hibernation pod. Like I think the neural transmitter texture maybe needs like a slight more tweaking. And same with the hibernation pod. I know that the references that you guys had, it was like a more of a smooth object, but I think it maybe with all the richness and detail of the other stuff, it kind of stands out and doesn't fit in quite as well. So maybe slight tweaking on the texturality on that. But, we're talking about textures on small things, and in general, it's really great work. It's just slowing down a tiny bit, showing us a bit more. But yeah, good job, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I can hop in next. I just wanted to say thank you again for a very beautiful presentation. The imagery is absolutely stunning. I'm sure we'll see a lot of that today as well with other projects, but I want to say I am just super intrigued by the way that you kind of like manifested these forms. I think for me, if it was any need for clarification, maybe talking more about materiality, I think would be really interesting to me. These kind of like fictitious elements that you're proposing in your units, how is it, I mean, it sounds like it's almost its own organism, right? So it's like its breathability. I think it's really interesting to have that story where you have something that's a bit more like it has life to it, right? And I think I would like to know maybe in your narrative just to talk about more about like the materiality of it all, and how it kind of differs from these kind of secondary elements that you've introduced as like a bracing system in it. I think that would just be like the only clarification that I would need really that hasn't really been talked about quite yet. But yeah, congratulations on an absolutely stunning project so far. I just can't get over the imagery, and the storytelling is so beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully you guys can hear me here. A great work as always. I mean, a great and stunning drawings, and the quality is high level. But I just have a couple questions. I think maybe the storytelling was incredible, but like Pavlina said earlier, maybe that part could have been toned down a little bit so we can just get a grasp of what's happening here. This is not really a final presentation; it's more like midterms presentations, right? But I guess my question here is that if I understand this correctly, so this is the immediate dwelling of the creature, right? So the creature has already been designed in chapter 1, and this is the immediate dwelling before we move into the city amalgamation and accumulation of their, let's say, colonization and habitats, right? And the question that I have in mind really is that it's the immediate relationship between the body and the immediate, let's say, environment that surrounds it, and if there's ever a feedback loop. It's to me, are you guys approaching it as sort of like gods, and creating these creatures and superimposing the systems, or is it like you're going inside that creature's mind and creating that world as if you're imagining that creature being itself, right? Like do we create the dwelling around it and superimpose it, or is there a feedback loop through sort of understanding how that thing interacts, and then the thing changes? I don't know. There are just a couple of ways to approach this, and the unclear part, it just seems to be, to me at least, is a little bit superimposed here. Of course, the forms and the materiality and the renderings and all that stuff is really beautiful. To me, the unclear part that you probably need to develop a little bit is a little bit of feedback loop between the creature and the immediate habitat. How can we go back and forth between the two elements? What if I imagine myself being that creature? What would I want to do, right? Instead of saying, detaching yourself and saying creature and world and sort of like making them work, let's envision that space. Let's imagine we have all these, extensions of our bodies. Do we hang off of things? Do we lay down? Do we walk upside down? I don't know, there's just so many questions. How does the world change, right? I don't know if there's that element, a little bit of clarity on that. I think if you can focus on that, it would be incredible.
That's a fantastic question, and I think that actually it's an opportunity for the team also to elaborate a little bit more, because as we said, this was a part of the presentation that wasn't talked about so deeply. So do you guys mind just walking us through a little bit of the logic, because I know how deeply you've been thinking about this. It didn't come through through the presentation, a little bit of how you're structuring things. How does that connection work, just for a minute, so we understand a little bit better the logics behind the design?
Yeah, for sure. I can start it off and just give a brief kind of explanation, and then Nisha or Josh, if you want to add to it as well. But our basic idea of this creature, the Cyphozoa, it's that its ability to sense and kind of connect with its environment. And through these sensory tentacles, it uses the furniture piece that we have, the neural wave transmitter that we put in the gathering space of our corpuscle. So our main corpuscle is made out of a symbiotic relationship with the blob structures. And these blob structures are basically the powerhouse of our corpuscle. It creates this kind of symbiotic relationship with our creature and the blob structure. And so with these neural wave transmitters as well, it's another mode of communication between kind of the environment, the other unknown species within its environment, or communication through that, which we have in our gathering space in the corpuscle, where all the cyphozoans mainly come to communicate and gather knowledge through their sensory tentacles. Nisha or Josh, if you want to add anything.
Our corpuscle was basically designed keeping in mind how this creature is spending its days and how it's living its life, because its main purpose, because it is not evolution, it was designed by some other creatures called cosmic engineers. And once they engineered them, they left the planet. So our creature was kind of didn't know what to do and what its purpose was. It was designed to rehabilitate and maintain the balance of the planet, but in order to do so, it started having more questions and its thirst for knowledge. It leads it to, other ventures, and it goes in a rabbit hole, and the story kind of goes towards doom. And yeah. So the corpuscle also, we try to incorporate the organic feel, that because the sensory tentacles and the ingesting tentacles, and how our creature is able to, like Tara said, it's able to connect with its surroundings. The corpuscle is also an extension to that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Pavlina, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, Harlan.
how's it going? I love seeing so many different teams come together when it comes to kind of organic modeling like you find in nature. And I think it's kind of an exercise, because I know we're going to be talking to teams that have 3 or 4 different parties coming together and all trying to model in the same exercise. But one of the things you can try to do to synergize the aesthetic that you might, our human eye doesn't pick up on organic modeling melding or meshing together in the same aesthetic the same way as we do when we look at a part of your laptop that is digital circuitry and it's more man-made. You can clearly see on car design if somebody designed the wheel versus the body. And I would say, like, one exercise you could do is start to look at different animals in nature that have almost this fusion of different organicnesses together, like a turtle shell, for instance. When the turtle dies and then it kind of, the body falls out of the shell and the shell's still there, you can see the spine where it fuses with the kind of fractal shell that actually it lived in. And so as designers, maybe as a team of 4, it would be good if you guys maybe sat together and looked at some animals or something and saw how this kind of like rigid structure fuses with organic structure. And then it kind of helps you get a vocabulary together where you can all start to maybe, synergize a little bit when you bring the whole thing together. And, and maybe that's an approach, but maybe your approach is to actually go drastically in the other direction where nothing corresponds together too. And that's also an option as well. But
I wanted to jump in here real quick because I have to leave early and I'm so sorry about that. I love this project, and I especially liked the second part of your explanation because the first one made your project extremely opaque. So I think the main thing about storytelling, at least for me, is to remember who your audience is. And when you have people coming in from the outside, especially even people that have seen DesignMorphine's great student work before, it's really important to kind of frame your story in that way. I also kind of want to challenge, I guess, just to think about this, what Pavlina said, that it's not an architecture program. To me, it's a very architectural program. In fact, because architecture has a lot to do with systems thinking and frameworks and ways of finding connections with interactions. It's a communication system. So in that sense, it's very much of an architectural program, even though thankfully it's not a traditional architecture program. And the reason that I bring this up is because I think everything you are doing is architectural in the sense that you're constructing these systems. And the thing that was missing from the first part of your explanation was this idea about what the system actually is, like understanding kind of the bigger picture. Like, for instance, when you said these creatures did not emerge through evolution, I thought that was one of the most important parts of what you had to say. So then what is the difference between something that evolves and something that's created? And, why are these creatures confused about what to do, etc.? So that's all I wanted to say, but it's a fantastic project. I mean, I can't wait to see the outcomes in the end.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next team.
Hi everyone. Can someone? Oh yeah, cool. Can present now. You're good. Hi everyone.
Is our sound okay?
Hello.
Can everybody hear
Can you?
us?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can everyone hear us? Great.
Yeah, hear you well.
All right. Great. Hi everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Jacques.
And I'm Juan.
All right. So let's jump right in. Juan.
Yeah, you're not sharing. Yikes.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Oh.
No.
Jesus. Huh. Sorry, I was
So
clicking.
let's go back
I think
again.
I got. Let's go back again. I was clicking on this. I'm not sharing.
And now you're still not sharing.
Sorry about that. There we go. Can everyone see now?
I'm seeing. Is everybody else seeing? Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. All right. Sorry about that little hiccup. All right, Juan, you want to start?
In the pursuit of extending our species' cognitive and motor potential, Dr. Alicia Nakato pioneered the metamorphosis experiment, co-developing NeuroWeave, an advanced neural interface and exoskeletal system. Through NeuroWeave, consciousness could be disassembled into atomized bioluminescent particles called fireflies, each carrying fragments of one's identity and memories. These fireflies converge within the digital realm, giving birth to the Nexus, a vast repository of shared wisdom and interconnected consciousness that can be openly accessed by all. However, in 6413, this convergence triggered the luminal paradox, a seismic tear in the nexus that led to snippets of our collective identity spilling into the physical world, resulting in surreal physical and mental distortions that affect both the landscape and individuals.
Thankfully, our NeuroWeave technology has enabled us to navigate through this surreal, gravity-defying landscape. The NeuroWeave system is broken down into 5 core components. REM1 neural implant connects us to the Nexus. Flex shell for body armor and modular storage. Alivio sleeve servo mechanisms for enhanced strength and dexterity. Alivio hikers providing biomechanical support. And LumaLink energy management system providing energy docking and energy transfer for our rays. Equipped with adaptive artificial intelligence and capable of speech, rays are part mobile energy storage, part companion. Unable to patch the tear created by the luminal paradox, our landscape constantly shifts and changes. In response, we took to the skies. But we never forgot our connection with the land, bringing nature with us into the clouds.
In Habitat 6413, we envisioned a home that not only provided shelter, but also coalesced with the environment. Its exterior is a testament to this vision. The organic flowing lines that adorn the facade and flooring were designed to resemble the bioluminescent patterns seen in Onira's flora. Additionally, Pathways are embedded with pressure-sensitive generators that absorb kinetic energy from footsteps and movement. Designed to harness clean, natural energies around Onira, the highly photosensitive solar vent is embedded with nanoscale photoelectric cells that transmute photons into electrical energy. Gill-like wind-catching cells contain minuscule aerodynamic filaments. As wind passes through, sophisticated piezoelectric modules convert these vibrations into a supplementary source of power. Since all of the corpuscle components are load-bearing in the habitat could also be stacked into various geometric configurations to accommodate larger communities.
Habitat 6413 is divided into 3 main sections. The top deck houses the Nexus pods, specialized sensory deprivation units that cut off all external stimuli. Suspending us in a state of weightlessness, we enter the theta state and a heightened sense of awareness. This allows us to connect to the Nexus in a way not possible through the neural weave alone. The modular pods themselves can be articulated into various configurations depending on space, and can be individually controlled through our alluvial sleeves to transport us throughout the corpuscle. On the main deck, we find the Xochitepano, our communal oasis. And nestled at the heart of this caldera-shaped enclave is Naya, a majestic elm tree developed long ago by our most revered elders, a symbol of spiritual connectivity and wisdom. It is our closest connection to the Nexus. Its carbon fiber tree trunk reaches ever skyward, branching into a verdant holographic canopy that bathes the surrounding area in a soft, ethereal glow. During luminal eclipses, rare occurrences where the paradoxical energies of Onira align, the Nexus emanates in intensified luminosity. During these sacred moments, we head below Xochitepano to Grotto Luma, a cavernous ceremonial space where elder shamans called lightkeepers engage in rituals of renewal and spiritual communion, basking in the Nexus's radiant aura. Housed within Grotto Luma are crystalline firefly receptors called lumacores that mimic the naturally occurring stalagmites. Quantum energy matrices embedded within these receptors harness and transform the erratic energy pulses created by the luminal paradox into electrical energy that powers various systems within Habitat 6413.
The lower deck contains our R&D lab and storage area. A massive one-piece track door opens to allow lumineers to dock within. Since we usually own multiple rays, this space also provides storage for our reserve rays. Each companion is docked to a RDS2 charging port, which runs along tracks spanning the entire ceiling surface. These specialized units are equipped with diagnostic tools that repair mechanisms to ensure rays remain in optimal conditions.
We'd like to end by playing this voice note left to us by Dr. Alicia.
In unity with nature lies the essence of our existence, and in embracing the fluidity of our existence, we forge our path towards enlightenment.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Wonderful work. A lot of hard work, like during this chapter. I love that, like you were able to preserve, like the language, like from chapter 1, when you were showing the prosthesis, how you again, like you know, the exploded diagram, and now how you're like moving into chapter 2. It just feels so natural. You know, like you couldn't imagine, you know, like it being any other way, which is a big success in my opinion. The connection between the prosthesis or the body and now like the corpuscle, it's evident in so many of like the design decisions that you're creating. And I love like how you're embedding the prosthesis in each and almost every one of really like your, you know, like images and your renders, showing either the scale where it's positioned or like the connection between this body and, you know, like what could consist as furniture like in the space. So I love this part of the work, guys, like really like high level. On the one thing that like I would just like to add, and for you to pay attention to maybe like for the next chapters, is the first images, the mid-journey generated images, just like again like that we use to set the environment, to set the tone. I do believe that they are quite generic in this phase. So there is an opportunity for you to go back and revisit them and rethink how are you connecting like better like with this portion of the work, and then like you know like going into prosthesis and you know like growing into the chapters. This is the only thing that I would like you to you know think about like in with the next presentation. But yeah, great work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump quickly here, guys. Thank you for the great work. I think, like as Pavlina mentioned, I think the connection to both the previous chapter of the prosthesis and the opportunities to start connecting the different corpuscles for the upcoming chapter, I think that's a great work in those ones. Overall, you know, like I think like aesthetically the design is very pleasing, like as it was your prosthesis. So you're doing great work there when it comes to design. I would say the kind of sustainability elements that you mentioned as something that you are trying to integrate in your design, they are a bit underdeveloped. Like I guess like you could think them a bit more through as you jump to the next chapters. The interiors, I also felt like, you know, architecturally when it comes to the different type of spaces that you could offer, like you could do more to them. I don't think it's kind of fully explored. Like it's again like they don't feel like some of the elements you've designed there, they don't feel as integrated, and I don't think like all the opportunities are fully explored there. I think also what I was going to say, I had another point, but I kind of forgot. But yeah, like I think in general, you know, like the aesthetics are great. You're kind of developing like nice aesthetics through like, since you started. But when it comes to exploring the actual opportunities of the space and like how your prosthesis inhabits the space, I think there are some additional opportunities that you can try to think of also, you know, like to utilize them when it comes to the next chapter as you start building this as a city. So just kind of keep that in mind. Have some extra thinking, maybe write them as bullet points so you don't miss them out as you further develop the thesis. But thank you for the great work, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro.
This is
guys,
really sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in here first. Thank you for the presentation, guys. I think you guys did a really good job sort of translating your prosthesis into, you know, your corpuscle and really keeping that language. I think that was a challenge at first that we kind of had to work with, but I think you got there in the end. And that's really pleasing to see. To latch on to Alejandro's point, I would say like my only, I have like two small nitpicks basically. I think it's good overall. I would have loved to see like in some of the interiors like some slight smaller details to make it feel more lived in. Some of the spaces feel like a tiny bit empty. Like you have some characters in there, but like none of the objects they would be using or anything like that. Like, you know, you have your pods, but like I would have liked to see, I don't know, some wires like connecting it or some more things basically, like to make the space more like alive. And then in the ceremonial space, my small nitpick is like I think the bridge is maybe like a bit too rectilinear. Like it's very much like a, you know, it's a bit too rectangular. I think there could have been some opportunities to do something kind of, you know, you have these really interesting floor patterns on the other spaces. And it's a shame that like that inside sort of goes back to, you know, just sort of a rectangle. Might have been like a short on time thing, but you know, overall, really good work, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, to follow up on Oscar's point too, like Does somebody have a product design background on the team? I'm sure.
No.
Right? No?
I mean,
Nobody?
no.
Okay.
Space.
Well, it looks pretty well constructed. It does feel like a product. And I think, and to Oscar's point, like whenever you look at the scale of a human or whatever the humanoid being is, generally things of this nature, these kinds of large ships, they would have, you know, and we do this on big buildings that we work on too, 300-meter towers and things. You can actually see the seam lines break down to kind of a human scale. And that's because, you know, humans generally like to build things that are our size because we can carry ourselves, you know, whether it's a panel of glass or a paneling. And so I think a lot of these large monocoque systems that look like they're vacuum formed or made out of a big carbon composite material, you know, this could just be a textural exercise. It doesn't even have to be something that's modeled necessarily, but it needs that kind of smaller scale and tactility. So thanks, guys. Looks good.
Thank you.
I really like the, sorry, I really like the, I think to me this project's strength, I mean, as much of it as it's in the sort of the detailing of the surface, but can you go back to that one drawing you had, like it's kind of an axonometric drawing with 1, 2, 3, 4 like call outs. It's like a three-dimensional like a sectional
diagram.
Right there at the bottom, the pink one.
Yeah.
Sectional perspective thing.
Okay.
No.
Sectional here.
Right there. Up above that, just above that.
Oh, okay. Here.
With the with the numbers. The one with the numbers.
Yeah.
Not that one, sorry.
Not this one? All right.
Not this one. No, it's right above it. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. Just stay right there. Yeah, don't need to zoom in. So to me, really, the project is here because I mean, I do agree with the comments about the surface modeling is incredible. Of course, the detailing is great. The carbon fiber details are incredible. But again, it's this question of environments versus object, and I appreciate the fact that somehow the environments here are contained and somehow hologramic, as in like you recreated nature inside. And I think that's the strength of it. And the question becomes, once you move into the larger habitats of making a city or a bigger dwelling or a colonization of some sort, I don't know. In my mind, it would be a shame if I just see accumulation of these objects to make a city. I feel like what it should be is that this pink stuff inside, right there in that section, and the tree sort of representation, if it can somehow escape that, becomes the ground or the palimpsest for your city as your little more hard objects start to accumulate around, right? It's almost like your media dwelling is inside out, and the environment becomes a growth of that inside environment, you know? So this way, the harshness of the surface modeling kind of disappears in the background, and the pink environment and the hologramic environment and the carbon fiber trees become the world you're trying to create. I don't know. It's just a little bit of an inverse. I don't think, as much as that maybe the interiority or the environment here is underdeveloped, but I think it's an opportunity because there's less resolution, but a lot of opportunity. You know, a lot of opportunity to experiment. So I don't know. Just think about that as you move to the next phase.
Yeah, while we're on this image, just because it's just absolutely beautiful. I think I got so excited when you showed me this, just because I can really start to see this like inner relationship between your kind of world that you've set up, but also like the homage back to nature that you wanted to talk about. And I think it's super exciting because it becomes like an artificial nature in a way, which I think is also super compelling. I think you guys have both. I want to congratulate you on creating like a really insightful piece of intelligence. You guys both have such a great design eye when it comes to scale, like whether it's designing something to something that you can, you know, work with your hands on at a smaller scale to something as larger as like a room, to like the unit as a whole. So you guys have a very good sense of intelligence when it comes to like that kind of way of incorporating techniques, right? I agree with the previous comments. I'm a little less sold when it comes to the amalgamation instead of just kind of like tacking them onto each other. But I think that was probably a first pass, you know, kind of predicting on what's going to happen for the future of the project. But I think, you know, use that piece of intelligence. You know, you have these kind of like spining elements that start to happen in your pods. You start to have these kinds of like backbones in your units. So like, how can you start to create a secondary or tertiary layer when you start to amalgamate these units together, so it doesn't just look like the same ones kind of like rotated on top of one another? But I think you guys have the techniques, they're there. You know, it's just a matter of trying a few different ideas in order to incorporate that for your overall whole of a project. But congratulations both, really, really exciting work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Just wanted to add one quickly here. I kind of forgot to mention. So I think like just kind of going back to Wesam's comment. I think the something that I found it was a great opportunity in the project was the kind of definition between interior and exterior and the semi-open spaces that you've created as well. So I just wanted to kind of mention that for the next stage, like you should start kind of looking into these semi-open spaces as opportunities to, like create public spaces as well. So I think like you got a nice element there that I don't think like we fully covered because it's kind of like partially part of the next chapter as well, but don't lose those spaces because I think those are great opportunities.
Sure.
100%. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So let's move on to the next team.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Stop sharing. Hello. Let
Hello.
me share my screen.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I will start. Hi, everyone. I'm Jamala, together with my teammates today, Prakash and Rajat. Chapter 2 of our story, titled The Ascendants, Airy, Wake from the Ashes, is about the downfall of tyranny and the rise of a free world. It began on Celestra, a cloud-covered planet of breathtaking beauty. Inside silent caves are the precious celestial crystals, with pulsating energies gleaming through thousands of facets. Native Celestians are large avian beings, some with biomechanical augmentations. Their queen Aviaru was a ruthless dictator who ruled over them with an iron claw, clipping off their wings and forcing them to extract the crystals in dangerous mountain mines. She kept these crystals to empower herself. A great conflict began when the lowest rungs of society rose against Queen Aviaru. The powerful weapons used by the queen shattered their own floating cities and disrupted fragile ecosystems. In the end, the power of the people won. Oppressive systems were dismantled and the remaining survivors rebuilt more equitable homes for themselves. Now, let's explore how resourceful Celestians built and restore each corpuscle. Each unit is a habitat floating in the clouds. Aerodynamic and magnificent in appearance, the fluid curves came from generations of architectural experience. Streamlined structures allow planetary winds to blow past with little turbulence, allowing them to survive in the upper atmosphere. To fix the structural damages, a mystical golden alloy was applied to hold massive fragments together. The resulting cracks are grim reminders of past struggles and cherished memories. The alloy, Theorem, is composed of Celestian's lifeblood and is valued highly for its strength and symbolism. Over time, harsh storms wore down the facade of the reinforced cyprium, which is a native metallic ore, from a smooth greenish appearance to a beautiful coppery gold. Protective cymatic shields are derived from intangible crystal pulses. With adjustable permeability, they act as openings for light and observation. The rippling facades also defend against storms, dampening impacts through neutralizing interference. The tough exterior structures are rebuilt with a bony composite made from expired crystal fragments and discarded buffeting shells. With this circular approach, the sustainable corpuscle is engraved with history and is the embodiment of their hardened determination and unity.
Inside each corpuscle is an intricate network. The main source of energy originates from the reactor, which processes crystal and synthesizes energy. Energy conduits distribute this energy throughout the corpuscle and provide exterior illumination. Regulator coils on the bottom control energy output and serve as anti-gravity generators holding the corpuscle aloft. Thousands of pore-like vents are distributed throughout the corpuscle skin to provide ventilation. And connectors are located all over the superstructure to link up multiple corpuscles simultaneously in various permutations. Finally, the on-site food growing system is reliant on the synthesized energy network to fuel the growth of plantations, providing nourishment and building a calming environment. Each corpuscle is a self-sufficient ecosystem with areas dedicated for innovation, health regeneration, enrichment, and convenient transport. The interiors were reconfigured to be more inclusive. Walls that divided the classes were torn down, and spaces were made inclusive and accessible for all inhabitants.
Diving deep into our corpuscle ID, large and spacey common areas, brightly lit, now dominated most of the Celestian architecture and marks as the main entry into their abode. This is where the Celestians exchange ideas and share resources. Straight through the connecting corridor is the Innovation Lab, where wingless Celestians get assisted by an intelligent robot dresser with repairs and wing attachments. The seamless channel leads the user outdoor after their speedy augmentation. Arrayed on Innovation Lab wall is an entire library of biomechanical parts to be activated by celestial crystals. The anti-gravitational dresser system relies on repulsor technology to keep the occupants aloft, while robotic arms analyze their body status and select the most fitting parts to ensure boosted prosthesis performance. The crystal storage interior has a cymatic wave pattern due to perennial crystal pulsations. This majestic space is used to hold ceremonies and for anyone seeking therapeutic and sensorial experiences. The crystal synthesizer extracts energy from the crystal, which is used to fuel spaces and furniture. The celestial nesting spaces comes with decks for keen observations over the city. Interestingly, Celestians do not sleep. Instead, they rest within meditation pods that also allows them to link up with each other to form a collective consciousness. The well-lit space enhanced the calming effect of the therapeutic plants and allowing Celestians to observe the billowing clouds for weather monitoring. Through the meditation paths, Celestians control different corpuscle systems such as navigation to steer themselves away from dangers such as planetary storms. Additionally, this collective consciousness breaks down mental barriers to achieve true empathy and common understanding.
Celestians have learned that unity is strength and therefore conceived innovative ways to connect their corpuscles together. The first triangular hexaploidic arrangement resembled a flock of birds cleaving through air currents, allowing the amalgamation to face high-velocity winds with minimal resistance. The second diploidic vertical arrangement allows them to dock on rocky mountainsides for mining operations. The third triploidic circular arrangement allows maximum accessibility. The central intersection serves to maximize trade and the exchange of ideas. Remembering their painful past as slaves and the violence they had faced, freed Celestians now actively guide their own fates, moving forward to forge a hopeful future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you. Beautiful work. Like I love how you're connecting all the parts, like and the chapters and the thoughtfulness between, into like that you put like into each of the spaces and how they function. I love that like you were. I think that like you showed like a lot like of the spaces and how they're connecting and how they're functioning. So I do appreciate a lot of the effort there. I do feel that the section that like you were showing, like it's a very, informative diagram. I feel that there might be like a little bit like of too much like of the background, maybe like colors or images. So it's a little bit difficult to grasp exactly like where things are happening. So I think that there is an opportunity there, like even in the future, like with sections, because they're so important in order to understand like how spaces are curated and organized, like in order like for us to be able to focus really like on the interior spaces. So maybe tuning down a little bit more like the backgrounds. Because then, you know, like we're able then to see in each pocket what really like is happening, and then connect it to like your interior renders and understand even better the story. But I feel that there has been like a great improvement in the way that you are working towards this project and the way that you're approaching it and the storytelling of it. So congratulations for that. Beautiful work.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump quickly here. So I think, you know, overall, I think like you guys created a beautiful composition. I think like the overall form, I think is very successful. It has a lot of richness, both in terms of the way that you're rendering and all the detailing you brought in it, to also like all the different configurations that we see for the next chapter. So I think like you have plenty of opportunities and fun ahead with this project. I think also, you know, like in terms of the section, is kind of giving you a lot of different space qualities that you could explore. Some of the interiors are also quite well articulated. Some others, I think that kind of, you got a bit distracted, I would say, like they're not necessarily so integrated on your design language. So I think, you know, overall in the interiors, I would say like some of them are kind of very well connected to what you've been doing so far. Some others are, you know, something that I will not keep pushing for the next stages in terms of design language. But I think overall you have a lot of elements that are very successful and should set you up very well for the next chapters. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just jump in and say, I think this is, you know, a great job. I'm really happy with how it turned out. From where we left off, we left you guys. I think that it's you know, you guys did a really good improvement in terms of all the texturing and all that. It looks really, really good. I personally like the interiors. I know that, like Budala said, there's some pieces that like maybe are more like apart from the language, but I feel like, you know, you guys know where you're going with this language. I think it was a successful sort of translation from your prosthesis to, you know, this corpuscle shape. In terms of the stuff that you guys are showing for next chapter, it's really cool that you managed to, you know, almost already get into sort of having ideas for that. My only comment there would be like, don't be afraid to like, you know, to explore more in that chapter, because obviously like, yeah, like these aren't set, these aren't fixed. You don't have to stay with them if you don't want to, and you might find that when you're aggregating thousands of them, those like ideas don't work as well possibly. But overall, I mean, you know, good job, guys. Rishi, I think, yeah, really nice work.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you.
I might jump in here for a second. Fantastic presentation. I really appreciated how you guys walked us through the materiality, the systems. We got a sense for scale. There's just so much richness in this project. Really, really beautiful. I think for me, I got excited when I saw moments where the inhabitant actually fit within the pods, or where you could see the relationship scale-wise between the inhabitant and the corpuscle. And I was wondering if there's maybe more opportunities to continue developing that, continue pushing that, where just the proportions, the way, I mean, I'm so intrigued by the way that the inhabitants kind of come to a point. And I feel like that's a very interesting design opportunity for the way that you treat the floors or the ceilings, or maybe this is multi-directional, but I think you guys have set yourselves up with a lot of really great parts and pieces to move on to the next chapter. So I'm really excited to see where you take it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Walter, you want to share some thoughts?
Beautiful project. Congratulations. So exciting to see a project that exhibits so much of a feeling of natural growth. something that I'm particularly fond of, so it resonates with me. I was interested, and I wrote down a couple of questions, was whether you thought that there were, the way that nature grows, there's ultimately some limits, and was wondering how you figured out where those limits were, and whether it had the ability to be trimmed and grown back, or is it growing? Is it possible for you to talk about that?
Can I clarify you're referring to the characters themselves?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So the way we develop the character is that it's modular. So because they are biomechanical beings, the parts are interchangeable. The colors, you can say that it represents materiality. So when they install the crystals into the body, they kind of change the color scheme as well. Perhaps Rajat or Prakash could add on as well.
I think something quite interesting of what Walter was mentioning here is the sense of direction of your project. So, I think like that's something that really helps in your composition. But I think as you move into the next chapter, I think the directionality of this composition is something that you'll have to take into consideration. So it doesn't just grow widely without control. I think like you have some interesting configurations on the left here, but it's always that kind of directionality that is important there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to jump in here real quick about a couple more, let's say, architectural comments. But before that, I just want to know, how does your creature actually move in space? Is it on these kind of like almost wing? It's not a wing, it's like kind of an extension to the side, and the body's elevated in the middle, or how does it actually move?
They are installed with this thruster. So they use this thruster to hover around the space. They don't walk normally, and these wings are installed if they are like in a combat or those kind of situation. These wings act as an accessory to them. So this gives them a more speed and aerodynamic force.
Yeah, so if you go to any sectional thing, like a major drawing, not a little one, a section, I think you might have had a section cut through this. Yeah, these guys, that's great, perfect. Up to the left, top left portion of it, these pods, not there, but like kind of towards, yeah, right there, the space itself. And when you see these kind of like architectural forms that we see in real architecture here on Earth or in your imaginary planet, it becomes a challenge to how you can reconfigure that in the interiority of it. And I don't know, I'm having trouble realizing these pods as the interior becoming literally just the inversion of the shell, right? And I don't know if that's actually the successful approach. I mean, if you put a flat floor in there, I mean, I'm very careful here because I don't want to sound more of an architect, but if you want to put a floor there, it becomes a question of like, is your creature walking, right? But if you don't put a floor, then is your creature existing on the wall, kind of ceiling condition, curving up? And that's why I asked about the way they walk. If the space inside is the inversion of the exterior shell, then the creature can hang and can walk, and so really interiority is just irrelevant at this point, and whatever you put in there is a decoration. I don't know, really, I don't know the right answer, and I don't think you guys have explored enough to give us that answer. That's not a critique, that's just sort of how to move forward. So just think about that. Do you want that to be inversion? Think of your creature, how it wants to move, and I think maybe we go back to this idea of feedback loop between creature and world. And as you move forward, just keep that in mind, because that will affect also the accumulation of these parts into a city, right? Where are we going to put roads in there, or are we, I don't know, all these are questions that I have answers for, but yeah.
Thank you, guys. We can move on to the next team. We'll go with A5 now.
Yeah, I'll share my screen. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome everyone to Lumina Heavens, a testament to unity and innovation. I'm Merin Alina Jacob, and I'm joined by my teammates Hina Chowdhury and Rohin Rahinwal for today's presentation. In the boundless skies of Javaris, where the heavens themselves seemed to stretch to infinity, two distinct races thrived, and they did so in stark opposition. The Aerialis, magnificent avian creatures with wings that spanned entire city blocks, called lofty clouds their home. Their ethereal abodes floated high above the rest of the world, and their society was one of serenity and grace. On the other hand, the Cytonians were a stark contrast. They were a race of half machine, half organic beings, built for survival amidst the toxic gaseous wastelands that stretched far below the skyward plateaus. Their existence was one of machinery and industry, with the constant hum of technology resonating through their mechanical cities.
For decades, these two factions had been locked in a bitter feud, each vying for the scarce resources that Javaris offered. Amidst the turbulence, a glimmer of hope arose from the minds of a few daring scientists. They envisioned a creature that could bridge the gap between the avians and the cyborgs, a being that could thrive in the harsh climates of both worlds. Many attempts ended in failure with bizarre and unviable results, but the scientists persisted, driven by their shared dream of coexistence, and created Skylar, a unique hybrid.
From the fusion of avian biology and cyborg technology, Skylar was born, a magnificent creature. Skylar had wings that shimmered with the ethereal beauty of the Aerialis. Skylar's skin was converted toxic gases into cyber energy, and they were reinforced with the advanced alloys and propulsion systems of the Cytonians. Their metallic plates glistened with an otherworldly glow, and its eyes held the wisdom of two civilizations. Skylar's wings and legs were inspired by the elegant design of the Aerialis, featuring a grandeur akin to these majestic avian beings. The rest of the Skylar's body, on the other hand, was influenced by the intricate anatomy of the Cytonians, fusing advanced cyborg technology with organic elements.
Let's dive into the details of this extraordinary dwelling unit, Lumina Heavens, which is a marvel of design and functionality. The exterior boasts a heavily textured outer shell, which acts as a resilient armor, embodying strength and grace. A top layer, adorned with skylights, representing energy intensities, casting a mesmerizing glow on the textured armor, while the interior layers include smooth shell geometries with branched connections between each floor. The cyber energy layer flows throughout, emanating from a central source.
The luminal lift-off platform is an ingeniously designed takeoff point for Skylar, facilitating seamless ascension into the skies of Javaris. The conference chamber, a meeting ground for Cytonians and avians, is where Skylar engages in discussions to foster understanding and cooperation.
In the Cognizance archive, luminescent egg-shaped pods house ancient sculptures infused with the wisdom of Aerialis and Cytonian civilizations. Skylar, in a transcendent interaction, absorbs this knowledge by delicately touching the pods, unlocking the profound insights encapsulated within the sculpted narratives. The heart of Lumina Havens lies in its biocentric energy garden, a mesmerizing oasis of bioluminescent flora. It serves not only as a haven for Skylar and Arrow, but also houses the main energy core, the pulsating source of life and cybernetic power. Arrow's tranquil abode is a secluded sanctuary designed to provide Skylar's loyal companion with a serene and rejuvenating space.
The Cyber Vitalized Hub serves as a cybernetic maintenance hub, intricately designed for both Skylar and Arrow. Skylar's Serenity Sanctum caters for Skylar's need for rest and rejuvenation. The Luminal Outlook Pavilion, enhanced by cybernetic elements, facilitates data analysis and real-time communication, reinforcing Skylar's role as a diplomat and guardian. The cybernetic core conflicts in Lumina Heavens transforms toxic gases into cyber energy, distributing it through microfibers across the corpuscle. Exterior skylights of each unit reflect the intensity variations of energy flow, with glow intensity changing based on each unit's proximity to the bioadaptive garden.
The main energy core in the biocentric energy garden serves as a pivotal component of Lumina Havens, seamlessly integrating both organic and cybernetic elements. This sophisticated core employs advanced technology to convert the toxic gases of the environment into a usable form of cyber energy. Macrofibers intricately woven through central connections emerging from the core act as conduits for this transformed energy, distributing it throughout the entire dwelling unit. The luminal flora clusters within the garden thrives on this cyber energy, creating a harmonious ecosystem. The glow from the flora not only illuminates the surroundings, but also contributes to the overall ambience. To maintain the optimal flow of energy, elegant energy regulators stand as guardians within the garden. These arches not only serve a functional purpose, but also add to the aesthetic appeal of the space, creating an atmosphere of unity between nature and technology. The entire system exemplifies a visionary approach to sustainability, where Skylar and Arrow coexist in a space that thrives on the synergy between the natural world and cutting-edge cybernetics.
The confluence chamber stands as a symbol of unity and cooperative governance within Skylar's dwelling unit. It serves as a distinguished public space where Skylar convenes crucial meetings and discussions. This chamber is designed to facilitate open dialogue and collaborative decision-making, fostering a sense of community and shared responsibility among the residents of Javaris. During meetings, Skylar takes a central role, presiding over discussions and guiding the collaborative decision-making process. The chamber is equipped with advanced communication interfaces, allowing participants to share their perspectives, propose solutions, and contribute to the welfare of the collective society.
The Cognizance Archive is an intellectual sanctuary where Skylar can delve into the rich history and wisdom of both the avian and cyborg civilizations. The repository pods, resembling intricate egg-shaped sculptures, house ancient artifacts and knowledge accumulated over centuries. These pods are not merely static archives, they are interactive conduits of information. When Skylar touches a pod, a mesmerizing transformation occurs, the dormant sculpture within awakens, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. This interaction symbolizes the transfer of centuries-old wisdom, bridging the gap between avian and cyborg races. The glowing sculptures embody Lumina Haven's dedication to unity, knowledge, and the boundless possibilities of collaboration.
The core connection in Lumina Havens serves as a versatile central node that allows multiple dwellings to be interconnected in various layouts. As we conclude this voyage through Lumina Havens, let Skylar's radiant legacy inspire us. May the harmonious coexistence it symbolizes continue to illuminate our path towards a shared and luminous destiny. Thank you for being a part of this radiant odyssey.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Things are coming together wonderfully. I appreciate you taking the time and creating a cohesive story throughout the whole storyline. I love the language that you're using for your corpuscle. I think it's really interesting, the way that you're approaching it. I feel that there's going to be some interesting challenges coming up in the next chapter, especially in aggregations, because again, as we see, there are a lot of elements that are in similar scales and shapes, and as soon as you start aggregating, you're getting a lot of maybe very similar or the same elements. But I think that we can work through that in the next chapter and find a way to incorporate some additional elements, especially when we're talking about public spaces, right? Some things about this chapter that I would really wish that you would focus on is some of the section that you're showing. I think it needs a little bit more love, especially for us to understand and grasp in a better way the interiors, maybe even as you're cutting, where exactly the line falls. Here things are quite compressed here, we don't see this grand spaces that we're seeing exactly in the same way, like in the actual money shots and renders from the interiors. So a little bit like more work on this. And also like when you're creating sections, and this doesn't go only to you guys, but like to other teams, you do need to accentuate like the cut. So everything like else needs to go like even deeper into the darkness, you know, like if you're, you know, like in order for us to understand that. Also, like obviously like zooming in and understanding a little bit more like what, you know, like you've created there, because again, we're unable like to see like a lot of like these spaces, especially when it comes to the section cuts. So these are just a couple of things like to keep in mind for the future. But you know, other than that, like I think you're doing beautifully. You're you know, like you're moving forward like with the project. It makes a lot of sense, a lot of you know, interesting approaches that like you're taking like as design decisions, and I'm really looking forward to the next chapter. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, so just a couple of comments as well from my side. I think I agreed with the comments from Pavlina. One, I will see already a challenge for the next chapter, because it's kind of, you know, I think that the project at the moment, like it's a bit repetitive. There is not these moments where we kind of accentuate on what part is more important. It's kind of like a stack of platforms. I think, you know, we went a long way from the design we had initially. I think, like, you know, it was a bit overwhelming, the amount of different patterns coming together. Now we got it a bit more subtle, but even like the way you've represented the images, you kind of, I think like the designs end up always looking a bit too busy. It's almost like you need to identify where you need to accentuate and where you need to kind of make it a bit more subtle. I think there was one quality, or like one type of one architectural component that we talk through many times, and I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity that we don't have the kind of atrium type of space between the how do we call it, the vertical connection. I think you call it the neuronal connection, I think it was called. So basically, like, yeah, like the vertical pipes and the platforms. So I think there I will definitely kind of try to create a bit more of a void, like a central space where you kind of get a visual connection between levels, rather than just like kind of stick it to the roof. I think that type of space, like it gives you the opportunity to kind of connect in between levels, which at the moment you don't have. You just have, like, you know, slice after slice, one level after another. So I think that one, it's important you kind of bring it back, like those atriums, because otherwise you kind of end up, it's almost like in the image we have right now, we could live with 3 platforms, and that will be already Corpuscle, because you are not really exploring the connection between the elements. I think, you know, like same kind of goes with the section. We talk a lot about, you know, like the way we shape initially, like the massing of these elements. It was giving you the kind of the belly part of these shells. It was kind of giving you the connection. Like some moments we were kind of squeezing the section a bit more. So there's a lot of things going on. And then once you jump into the section, it kind of all looks quite generic. Like there is no, you know, like maybe like the pleated geometry had to be more pleated in certain areas and kind of flatter in other areas. So I think that kind of rhythm and, you know, the let's just say, like, you kind of throwing ideas and designs in there, but you're not fully exploring the kind of gradient in between them. So the moment when you really, like, you know, the emphasis goes in that element, and in this other area it goes somewhere else. So I think like that's something important, as just because like the nature of the last 2 years as well of master, these things is only going to get more and more complex. It's super important that you identify the strengths, like the key moments, and then you kind of focus all the images on, either that or that. But if you keep adding and adding and adding, it's not necessarily gonna get you anywhere. Like it's just like it becomes a, like it just becomes like a bit of a Frankenstein of ideas. So, but all that being said, I think like you guys went a long way from the beginning, like where we had even more, a potpourri of things going on the project. I think you kind of clean up a lot. You kind of reduce, turn it down, keep it simpler. I think that was a great move. Like we can see some kind of composition and some kind of consistency on the project. So that's great to see. I think the next step is to kind of define a bit like the gradients, and is it everything needs to be the same in, let's call them pebbles for now. So is it the bottom pebble condition the same thing than the top one, or is it the middle one needs to be slightly different? So I think like that kind of rhythm is quite important, especially once you start adding more in the next chapter. So maybe identify table 1, table type 2, and table type 3, and then how they combine. That probably is going to give you opportunities to define different type of spaces. Yeah.
Alejandro, I completely agree. I mean, I think for me, there, on the topic of accentuation, for me, there was this tension between the machine and the organic, which you set us up for in the beginning in your narrative. But the machine should be more machine, and the organic should be more organic. Like, and I think I really saw that in your section, where it's almost like I want the ceiling to be very streamlined, very articulated, and then the rocky, pebbly bottom to be, like really kind of emphasizing that organic quality. And I think right now, while it feels very same, is because that difference is very subtle, right? Even here in this section in the line, like that line in the top isn't smooth. It's like there's like these little jagged bits. So just like even thinking through that and the way that you represent it and you show it visually will give us more contrast to create more dynamic spaces. So I completely agree. And I think that's something that you can keep iterating as we move forward.
I think just like to kind of go back to the comment and add into what you just said. I think like that's in one pebble, let's say, but like also the fact that the top pebble is exactly the same thing than the bottom one, and the central one, when you start subdividing into two, is again exactly the same. That's where it gets a bit suspicious. Like it's just like we repeated the same geometry. So it's just like especially like kind of jumping to the next chapter, like we need to identify what each of them are trying to do. Like, just like give them names and then, kind of place them where they need to be, and kind of when adding detail, think about like how the function of the pebble needs certain detailing, or like, like how the function kind of drive what we are trying to do in terms of the articulation. Yeah, that's it. I'll leave it for everyone else to comment. Thank you.
I'll just jump in. I'll add. I think you should be proud of like how much of an improvement you've made since the start of the chapter. I think like there's a lot of really good work that you guys have put in to make this project. I know that we spent a lot of time sort of struggling through the shape and finding kind of the voice of how to translate all this. I think like overall I'm pretty pleased. I think there's some aspects of the interior specifically where I feel like it's the geometry still looks like a bit sharp, like it feels like a bit too like computer like generate stuff where it's like you have like very very sharp sections, stuff like that, where I would like it to feel more integrated and more alive, and it feels like just a bit too just like like stuck together in certain aspects. That's always something you can work on, and it's a question of just like polishing up your geometry. And then some of the textures I would have liked to see like a tiny bit of, I think like the pattern that you have on the bottom of the pebble, as Ollie calls them, is maybe not visible enough, or not like texturally sort of present enough, or like it's we kind of don't see it enough on the renders. It's a bit hidden and it's maybe a bit too small. Maybe it should have like I see in that sort of close-up bubble you have, that there's like changes in its size and its texturality, but from these faraway renders, it just we can't feel that enough. We can't see it. Same with with the neural link at the center. I would have liked for it to feel like a bit more alive as well. It feels maybe like a tiny bit too flat. But these are all things that, like, it's textural improvement, it's small little working on things. Overall, I'm really happy with like how far you guys got from the start. And yeah, I think you should be happy with the project. And yeah, good luck on the next chapter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Those are amazing comments.
Thank you,
We definitely
guys.
concrete them. Yeah.
Good job. So let's move on to the next team, A6.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
So again, hello, everyone. I'm Diana, and together with my friend Esra, we're delighted to unveil our latest project called Phantom Helix Nebulosa, set in a breathtaking luminary planet. We're eager to take you on a journey through our innovative ideas and mesmerizing discoveries we made along the way. We'd like to begin our tale by sharing the story of our world. I was born on Luminara, this otherworldly realm nested in a remote cosmic corner, featured floating islands due to low gravity. Colossal ivy plants adorn this island, serving as liveness for us luminants whose transparent, iridescent skin spoke volumes with pattern of light. Life on Luminara was a harmonious dance with neon-lean plants as our sustenance, and we navigated shifting lands with iron chandrails. However, unity among luminants was tested by planet's unpredictable magnetic forces, leading to functional strife. In our moment of internal conflict, Luminara Plaza witnesses Lyra's wisdom, her words reigniting our sense of purpose, leading us to create ingenious floating stabilization and lumisphere for communion travel. These innovations nurtured adaptation and unity, preserving the magic of our extraordinary planet.
Meet the Lumians, celestial beings that gracefully navigate their low-gravity home, dancing elegantly through luminous landscapes on their extraordinary planet. Lumians feature due to reduced gravitational forces, larger and distensible veins for circulation, a gill-like lightweight bone structure for shape, bubbles on body to store oxygen, tentacles extended from the brain, and a transparent head filled with liquid, multipurpose jelly limbs, tentacles extend from the back with eyes inside of them, offering both mobility and awareness. This unique creature's adaptations reflect its extraordinary evolution in response to the challenges and opportunities of a low-gravity environment, enabling it to live in harmony. The enchanting glow emitted by the bubbles on its body during the night adds a captivating dimension to this unique species. In the enchanting realm of Luminara, Aurora and her companion Phosphor embark on mesmerizing journeys, unveiling hidden secrets and crafting a tale of unity and adaptation in their captivating world.
The design process was a delicate balance of form and function. We focus on shaping the corpuscle, ensuring and flow tentacles that echo the elegance Aurora's own tentacles. Next, we incorporated elements like pods, membranes, and intricate patterns. The interior is crafted to mirror the exterior, with similar lights and details enchanting the overall design. The corpuscle is a phantom-like entity embodying the magic and mystery of Luminara and its inhabitants. Its designed lightweight structure with a skin pattern capable of production oxygen. Equipment with tentacles, it can be moved with ease, symbolizing the fluidity and dynamic nature of Luminara. It stands as a beacon of hope and innovation. It reminded the harmonious cohesively between nature and Luminara's advanced technologies. From various angles, the corpuscle presents a constantly chanting appearance. It's built to mimic and enhance the natural process of the planet, blurring the lines between the living and constructed.
This corpuscle features a lightweight structural frame, delicately intertwined with gel-like glasses, creating a mesmerizing blend of form and function. Within the structure, a living organism equipped with swarm cells intricately takes its place, fostering a symbiotic relationship with its surroundings. Pods are gracefully nestled between tentacles, and at the culmination of these tentacles, canopies elegantly bond to create an enchanting spaces for public. Exploded diagram illustrates the corpuscle's functional aspects, including resting membranes and transparent pods, reminiscent of aurora's brains, encased in a jelly-like material supported by a framework. In the low-gravity environment, the absence of the need for weight-bearing design allows for the support of a lightweight structure that cradles the base form. A gel-like glass material interposes between these structures, seamlessly completing the foundation. A living organism specific to Luminara called biolume, equipped with swarm cells, grow amid structures, contributing to both the harmonious distribution of lighting with its unique pattern and the generation of oxygen. Pods, created by a skin-like living organism, flourish among structures, forming a barrier that enriches the atmosphere and retains warmth. They adapt to different structures, growing and molding themselves into varied spaces. These versatile pods serve as greenhouses, meditation areas, and more. Biolumes thrive and twin between two tentacles, purposefully cultivated to serve as exquisite canopies for public spaces. The corpuscle, part of a vast network of similar structure, is interconnected through a web of energy and light, using tentacles, membranes, and bubble pods for diverse interactions. Its tentacles act as dynamic bridges, gracefully connecting the others, serving as conduits for energy and information, and reflecting the network's collective consciousness. Unique to the corpuscle, these energy-filled bubble pods float around the structure, facilitating communication and acting as sensory nodes. The corpuscle membranes are sensitive interfaces, resonating with network vibrations, enabling an exchange of thoughts and emotions, thus deepening the interstructure connectivity.
Illustrated in this section with detailed structures were auroras on a cosmic journeys, bringing back knowledge and inspiration that guides their civilization. At its core is Shimmering of Dreams, a sacred space where the auroras, the mystical inhabitants of Luminara, connect with the universe consciousness. The greenhouse areas are not mere spaces of flora, they are a vibrant ecosystem where plants glow with bioluminescence, casting an ethereal glow that nurtures both the soul and the body.
The corpuscle provides a diverse range of spaces within its tentacles and pods. The tentacles, adorned with captivating biolume patterns, offer unique and enchanting lighting. Among these tentacles, a sleeping area finds its place, seamlessly integrating functionality. A jelly-like breathing structure with cell patterns calm the aurora before sleep. The area includes neon liquid-filled sleeping pods for ultimate relaxation. A greenhouse placed in a pod, a celestial atmosphere is fashioned by an entire structure of bridges and benches anchored to the ground. Bridges nurture plants along their span, providing a pathway for lumens to stroll and gracefully glide through the lush vegetation. Benches strategically placed for moments of rest and plant enjoyment in the greenhouse. Jelly-like cushions placed on the benches, embracing both comfort and stability in the low-gravity environment. A serene area in Luminara designed with graceful neon and magically moving plant structures. Here, Lumians gather to meditate, fostering a unique connection with the enchanting plants that surround them. Specially crafted meditation benches for Lumians pods feature filtering materials and jelly-like pillows, ensuring both comfort and stability in the gentle embrace of low gravity.
In this expanded narrative, the corpuscle is not just a structure, but a living, breathing entity that embodies the mystical essence of Luminara. It serves as testament to the planet's rich heritage, a symbol of hope, and a portal to unmanageable realms, intertwined the magic of the old with the promise of the new. Thank you for joining us. This is an incredible journey.
Thank you, ladies. Beautiful project, very poetic, beautiful images. I love like how you're like showing a lot like of the details and ideas about like you know, like the interior spaces. I do feel that there is an opportunity like to again show more love like to the sections here, especially because like it's very difficult to understand what is happening inside, right? Like so I think that this might be like a good opportunity even for the next chapter, just like understanding the public spaces, like in the same way that right now, like we are understanding like better the private ones, to really like use the sections as our tool in order like to investigate a little bit better, like even the geometries themselves. Yes, this is helpful. But again, like it's just like a little bit more attention there, I think it's going to help and go a long way. Another aspect of the work that I think that like it might help like understanding the project even better might be the connection between the body and, you know, like the so-called furniture, or how it's actually embedded into them, or how they're being used in a way, because right now like we see the forms, we see the shapes in the spaces and, you know, like separately, but there is no prosthesis around them, so it's very difficult to understand, you know, like especially this kind of creature, that it has like certain abilities and it is different from a human, right? Like how exactly does it interact like with those spaces? We see the prosthesis, so it's like standing, you know, like in different spaces, or here walking, but like, you know, how does it actually like work with the furniture? How is it embedded? Even if we do need a section through the pod, right? Like and showing like how it's like lying down, or like how it's exactly encapsulated. I think that these things are quite helpful, and they are also the connection point between prosthesis and corpuscle, right? Like it's like the mediator, the relationship between those two, it's so important. But I feel that like the scale here also, like it already feels like it's much bigger, you know, like than, you know, like what like could be considered a corpuscle, but like going into like even spaces that just feel more communal, right? Like and just like more public in a sense. So these are just things like to consider. I do feel that there's some connections. I see that like you're placing, you know, like the aggregations, like you're trying to form them, starting to form them. I don't know if this is the best way like to go about it, like, you know, like with the connections and how exactly like the movements, and then like in kinesis, like what kind of additional elements we need in order to connect them. But I feel that there are different kind of like ways like to go about that. So I do feel that there are going to be like also maybe some additional elements that you will need to add, especially in the public sector, in order to accommodate and create your aggregations. But I think that you're well set up for this specific challenge. So yeah, those are some of my thoughts, but thank you so much for sharing it. Beautiful work and beautiful progress.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies, so just like few comments also from my side. I think like, you know, you went through an exercise of combining different languages that is always, you know, challenging, like to kind of get them to come together. So I think like you've achieved that. I think they're kind of well combined. I think I think you call it like the lightweight structure. So like the strands that kind of go through your tentacles and then expand all the way to the wings and kind of encapsulates the pods. I think that's a kind of key element to kind of keep developing and bring all the elements together. Something that I found that you know, perhaps it's a bit like, well, let's put it that way, like I will assume directly that these kind of spheres, the pink ones here, the ones that are in between tentacles, I would have thought that that's the kind of more private space in your corpuscle. So I would have thought that this is where you will have the sleeping units, and then like the tentacles, where you actually creating this pattern, that would probably make more sense for me as kind of like green spaces. Also in terms of like bringing light into them, and in terms of being more of a kind of public element or an element where you kind of interact with other individuals. I thought it kind of was a big confusion that was the other way around. But that's maybe just me. I think like, also kind of connecting to that, when you define a pattern, I think it's always good to kind of, think about like what is driving that pattern. So the areas that are more solid or the areas that are more open, like what's defining that. So I will imagine like, if I have certain areas that are public and some of them are like the kind of like green kind of house spaces that you were creating, those ones will maybe be a bit more open to allow for more natural light, and then some other areas that somehow needs to be a bit more, like more solid, like you kind of like drive the function, or you drive the pattern from the function of these kind of public areas. Now, when you kind of reverse it, I would kind of question, why would you need like so many openings on the space where you are kind of assigning for the sleeping units? But that's kind of a thought here. Just kind of like maybe when it comes to the next stage, like think about those. I will, directly for me, because it's kind of so embraced by your geometry, like it's so kind of hacked by your tentacles. That feels like a very nice private space. But maybe it's the opposite. Maybe, you need some additional pods that comes on the side that are for private use, and then that kind of pink spheres that you have right now, that becomes your big public spaces, and it's all about like greenery, because that's the most important thing in your project. So there's some thoughts there. Then also the wings, the kind of like the membranes that you have at the end. I don't think you've explained what are exactly for. So I think like would be good to kind of bring a function to them, other than kind of completing the composition. So yeah, I think like in general, like drive the patterns from a function, kind of, or from a parameter that you kind of like integrate in your project. Don't lose the kind of strands that connect all the elements, and then have another thinking on whether the central spheres, they are kind of the places for like more like private use, or they're like the opposite, like completely public use. I think like it's kind of having the sleeping pods along all the tentacles. It's I don't know, like it looks a bit too public, because it looks more a place where I'm gonna be like navigating through until I get to those central pods. So just some thinking there. But yeah, I'll leave it to everyone else. Thank you for the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in. I'd say, yeah, like I'm really happy with the interiors. I think you guys like came a long way from when we left off. I think that's the case for every group, but I'm like particularly happy with how far you got from where we were when we ended it. They feel a lot more integrated and a lot more just cohesive, which is really great to see. My comments, like I would say, like for the next chapter, don't be too afraid to to sort of split the corpuscle up into pieces, right? For your next part, you might have difficulty getting, having this shape and just stacking it. You might need to feel like you need to do clusters of, some of the spheres and then clusters of other things. Like just having that shape, you might need to chop it up to be able to make it work with the next chapter. Yeah, that'd be my thoughts. Good work, guys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Let's move on to the last team of the group. Group A, basically. Then we'll move to the break and Group B.
Yes, hello, everyone. This is A04. I will share my screen. Good evening, everyone. Our project is the Synaptic Conflicts. I'm Salma Ghanem, and I developed this project alongside my teammates, Yatsik and Janosch. Unfortunately, Yatsik had an emergency and couldn't be here today, so it's just me and Janosch presenting. In the aftermath of Earth's cataclysmic event, the explosion of Earth's core, the fragmented oracle, emerged within the synaptic conflux, a celestial mosaic formed from the remnants of our shattered planet. Survival in this unforgiving expanse demands constant adaptation, resource mastery, and collaborative evolution among our network of AI beings. As the fragmented oracle, I embody both exceptional intelligence and a profound connection to our collective consciousness. And by my side is Echo, my gecko companion, a skilled scout and communicator. Our habitat's architecture unveils an intricate array of controlled environments, meticulously designed to serve our diverse needs. These specialized units double as both training grounds and innovation centers, allowing us to refine technology and strategies to thrive across the varied terrains of our fragmented cosmos, as we are not alone in this cosmic world. My unique appearance features a fusion of organic elements and advanced technologies. The layering begins with the mechanical core, upon which the organic base, system of veins, the protective calcium armor, energy storage units, and finally the crystalline communication horns are all precisely integrated. Echo's composition mirrors mine, featuring the same layers. Notably, Echo possesses an additional layer distinguished by sensory horns on his back. These tiny horns enable him to scout new terrains for essential materials, facilitating our survival and unity in the cosmic chaos.
In our expeditions across the fragments, gathering materials often intervenes with encountering other cosmic entities. In this chaotic cosmic ballet, injuries are an inevitable outcome. Therefore, our solid base has habitants seamlessly integrated into the rocky terrain, serve as a sanctuary and a stronghold. In these fortresses, we forge our resilience and solidarity amongst the lawlessness. During a recent expedition, I encountered severe injuries while engaging in a struggle for a rare metal on fragment 2011. The retreat became imminent, leading me back to our corpuscle. Similar to the fragmented oracle, our habitat is an intricate web of layered fortification. A calcium shell protects the organic layers housing our primary spaces. This shell, reinforced with metallic elements, emits a soft glowing aura, an identifying beacon amidst the horizon. Its curvature creates deliberate gaps, openings crafted for essential access. Inside the shell is the primary organic base, the heart, where the oracle's interaction unfold. Veins of supply encircle the base, pulsing life-giving energy through our organic matter. Finally, the energy chambers stand as repositories, not only for recharging, but for healing vital spaces where the injuries find solace in repair.
Within our living units, each space is meticulously designed, considering our survival as paramount. To ensure optimal control over our environment, each unit is accessed through a single entrance. Adjacent to the entry point is the transportation dock, housing our vehicles and supplies retrieved from expeditions. Deep within the corpuscle resides the interior core, placed strategically at the center. The mechanical core serves as the corpuscle's nucleus. The energy is carefully channeled by the mechanical core through the supply veins, catering to different spaces. Primarily, it converges towards the energy chambers, crucial repositories used for charging and healing. Following this is the unit production wing, where fragmented oracles units are fabricated, with both mechanical cores and organic sleeves constructed. The resource storage stores the fruits of our expeditions, while the farming lab stands as a bastion of experimentation and growth. We experiment and produce different species of plants that will help us expand our world and ensure our survival. Some are submerged in energy, and others are less sensitive and require less care. Finally, we reach the energy chambers, havens of rest in the healing. The inside of the chambers is always packed with other fragmented oracles who need recharging. For significant injuries like the one I sustained, the primary cocoon inflates with energy, providing a sanctuary for organic matter to heal. Others among the fragmented oracles utilize recharging chairs, while Echo 2 finds respite and recharging in his pods.
This section emphasizes the protective role of our shielding layers, enveloping the spaces to safeguard our species. With the core nestled at the corpuscle's center, it achieves maximum range to every corner of the structure, allowing seamless energy distribution. Storage units are situated around the periphery, allowing them to expand or contract based on the current energy reserves. The plan illustrates the deliberate placement of the energy chambers across the corpuscle. It outlines the flow of space around the farming lab and showcases its connection to the core area and the other vital spaces within our habitat. As beings integrated into a hive mind, our existence revolves around collective societies, fostering interaction to ensure the well-being of our species. Our units, designed for structural support, have the unique capability to stack vertically. Additionally, the extended arms of our calcium armor can interlock, facilitating horizontal expansion, emblematic of our unified growth. Our journey through the synaptic conflict is a testament of unity, resilience, and innovation. As a fragmented oracle and echo, we thrive by embracing challenges and growing together. Our story is one of the teamwork and adaptability, showing that even in chaos, our unity is our strength. Together, we paint a future where collaboration reigns supreme among the stars, leaving their legacy of harmony and unity across the cosmos. In our collective hive, every single eye gazes towards the same horizon. Every single muscle contracts and expands in unison, and every single bone supports and moves in harmony, all dedicated towards a common goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. Thank you. Beautiful work. I love how consistent you were into explaining the project and each layer of it. I think it was very clear about your thought process, how you were putting all those layers together, how you were using the spaces. I think that this was very, very successful, the way that you were going about it. There is obviously a lot of work put into the interior spaces, and there is this very cohesive language throughout the whole work that I really appreciate. And I love that you're also you are using the prosthesis and the body again so we can understand a little bit more of the spaces. Yeah, the same, I think that there are opportunities to understand and zoom in really in the sections again. It's just too far away for us to really understand what is happening there. Unfortunately, we see the overall shape and geometry, but there is just it's impossible to see what is inside the pocket. So you really need to zoom in a lot. Can you please just zoom into some of those spaces so we can see how they connect? Yeah. So that's how close you need to be in parts of this design. And maybe there is this relationship between showing exactly the section and moving through it and then showing the actual render, right? So we can have a better grasp of the space. So I think that this is vital, for, as I see, most of the teams being so further away from the section, because this is so important, to show the work and what really this shape and design encapsulates, right? Because you are working with very private, the private notion here of these corpuscles and how they connect and what the really the functions are that you're encapsulating into that. But yeah, beautiful work, guys. Really great progress through the semester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys. Yeah, I just want to. I feel like I just want to kind of congratulate you on the development on the interiors. I think they came a long way from where we started. I think like also you've explored a rich variety, which is kind of like taking us through all the different functions and type of spaces you've created inside. I think that's very important. So like right now, the outer shell, like it kind of basically comprises of like two main elements, but then as you get inside, you develop a very nice narrative. And I think the articulation and the detailing is great as well. I think that like when it comes to the pattern of the outer shell, I don't think we got it to where we wanted. It kind of got a little bit like it's just the outlines. I mean, it's great that we added more detailing on those, but it's just the movement and the kind of hierarchy of the different kind of clusters of components that we had, and the way we at least I had in mind the light would kind of come through those. It's something that it somehow like it's not there yet. Like it kind of got a bit simplified, but like appreciated all the work. I think like the balance that you have on the prosthesis between the solid part and the more muscle kind of part, it was kind of working better in terms of composition than what we've done in the Corpuscle. It looks a bit like zebra-like it kind of comes in bands rather than getting this rhythm of like big chunks of geometry. I don't see I don't see how the pattern split it. How is that responding to uh, any kind of functional logic? It's kind of like patching in different parts. I think will be great, like as you develop this further, to almost like, because in the prosthesis at the end of the day, you know we we kind of easily identify a humanoid type of skeleton, like the underside topology of your geometry is kind of clear. We identify what the legs are, what your corpse is, like where the feet are. So it's like you did a great job on breaking down the geometry. Now, when it comes to the corpuscle itself, it's kind of equally distributed. Like as you go into the more external strands that wrap around, like you just get those ribs in the center. It's a bit more solid, but like it's not quite you know like it doesn't seem to have a clear logic. I think that's something that you could have further developed. But I think overall, like great work on the interiors. I think that came a long way. As and as you move to the next chapter, I would think that the definition between the more solid and the more kind of muscular side, like you need to kind of bring more definition to that, or more logic behind the way you split it. Yeah, great stuff, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in as well. Yeah, I'll try not to retread any of the stuff that Ella just said. I fully agree with him on sort of the exterior shape. I would just say I think like as well we had a version slightly before maybe where the color difference wasn't as big. I think it maybe like it became too contrasty a bit. Like we had these. Now it feels more like there's like two. Yeah, in some of these, basically, there feels like right now that there's like we have this very light one, and then a really darker color, and then we have an even darker one. But the two darker ones kind of get mixed together a bit, at least from far. And I think maybe that sort of hierarchy was a bit lost. But overall, I think it's a good job that you guys have done. Especially, I think like the interiors that you guys worked on. I think you should be really happy with. I think that like you guys managed to have like three really distinct feeling spaces, but still share the same language. And I think that's a real achievement to be able to work with different lighting, with different color palettes, but still make you feel like it's the same project. And I think that's a good kind of skill that you guys really worked on. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys. Amazing project. It's truly remarkable. I think the intricacy of it is really captivating. And I love that you established like these distinct microbiomes within the spaces. It's actually very noteworthy like how you kind of did that, and you still like kind of evolved. It's like almost this natural evolution from your chapter 1, from your prosthesis. And I'm excited to see how this evolves further, like into the amalgamation chapter as well. I also really enjoyed like how your like how the energy flows like from the first chapter and to the second chapter. Like it's still like this main theme that's kind of ongoing. And I really enjoyed like how the elements connect, or like the core elements of the the entire composition, they kind of flow together. Either the skin, if we're going to like divide them into like parts, the skin or the skeleton, and the inner flow as well as the external flow are still quite cohesive. But I feel like you just need to maybe need to emphasize the connection between them, or the connecting networks maybe, and also like how these connections will also like maybe evolve further into like chapter 3. But overall, awesome work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing project. I really like all the beautiful textures, all the details. Really strong one. Your interiors are very beautiful, the different lights, different colors. And one of my comments was also the one of Pavlina about the sections. You definitely need a little bit more work on them, or at least to have zoomed like really a lot into them. And also maybe some of the other images I would have wished to see a little bit more zooming in, more details. Other than that, it's really beautiful work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So we are done with the group A. So maybe we can take a 10 minutes break and join back with group B.
Yeah. Let's continue with group B. Yep, let's start with B1.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I will share my screen now. Hopefully you can see it.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. We are Group BO1, and my name is Cesar Requejo, and I'm an architect from Peru.
Hey everyone, my name is Cassio Tani and I'm an architect from Brazil.
Hello everyone, my name is Diego Guerrero and I'm an architect from Ecuador.
So Cesar, can you pin down the Teams window?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. And we're here today to present our project called Symphony of Symbiosis. So let's get started. In the heart of lush radiance, the Etherians, an advanced race, coexist harmoniously with the planet's ecosystems. Shaped by natural selection and propelled by biotechnology, they boost a collective hive mind for unparalleled coordination. Their quest for Moonstone, vital for survival, leads to the creation of the Synthesians. Initially designed for harvesting, these creations rebel, sparking a cosmic conflict. In response, the Etherians deploy biotech defenders to safeguard their existence in low orbit. This epic saga explored the intricate dynamics of the Etherians as they navigate life's challenges in the unforgiving low orbit around Radiance. To endure Radiance's challenging low orbit, Etherians transcend into hive vaults, massive living structures strategically positioned for harvesting precious moonstone. Stored within This invaluable resource not only powers their being, but also sculpts their evolving forms shaped by the demands of survival. In this advanced stage of bioengineering, the Ethereums showcase their mastery, seamlessly merging with Radiance's ecosystem for harmonious coexistence, transforming their bodies into the next evolutionary step, the hivefold. This energy-demanding form acts as a protective layer, transforming elements within the Ethereums for Hive's needs. Evolving in response to the environment, it adapts to low-orbit gravitational variations.
These interconnected systems, vital for functionality, ensure the hivefold's survival in Radiant's low orbit. A complex skeletal system works as support structure, giving the body its shape. Developed muscles maintain the hivefold integrity, interconnecting rooms and allowing light to access. Growth facilitates communication among hive members, ensuring seamless information flow. Veins capture, store, and redistribute moonstone energy, sustaining life and energizing the entire hive. A secondary layer in this skeleton fortifies extremities, shaping rooms and providing protection. This intricate biology results in a massive structure ready for interstellar conquest, an icon of evolution and biotechnology. At its core, there's a central nucleus that irradiates hallways, forming a network connecting various structures. It's called the Plaza of Convergence, which serves as a central gathering point for the Ethereums. The moonstone repositories keep harvested moonstone and safeguarded in ideal conditions. The breeding chambers nurture and protect eggs until they reach the fully developed stage of Ethereum's bodies. The Rejuvenation Nexus offers a comfortable space for Ethereums to rest, recharge, and also meditate. The Crystal Atrium, the Evolutionary Metamorphic, and the Biotech Nexus meet Corpuscle needs by processing Moonstone, guiding Ethereals through life cycle stages, and enhancing biotechnology and advanced labs. In the Moonstone repositories, we can find the Enerflux Conduit. It is a storage and processor for the Moonstone, irrigating the veins with energy and allowing the flow through the whole hivehold. In the Rejuvenation Nexus, we can find the Etheric Pendulum. The Ethereals can attach themselves to and recuperate from any injuries in their bodies. Lastly, in the breeding chambers, we can find the Ovum Nexus Core. It is specialized in procreating and taking care of multiple eggs. These eggs are attached to energy conduits, allowing them to grow into the next stage. The hivehold is not just a mere shelter, but a living, breathing entity, intricately woven into the hive's collective spirit. This colossal structure, while serving as the sanctuary for the hive's denizens, is no passive observer. It pulses with vitality, similar to a colossal organism, actively participating in the hive's communal heartbeat. The functionality of the energetic veins, forcing through the surface of the hivehold, begins in the Enerflux Conduit. These conduits irrigate the veins with moonstone-derived energy throughout the entire hivehold, all crucial for survival and prosperity of the entire species.
The hive mind entwine their bodies, enabling quick responses and coordinated efforts for emergencies on a larger scale. This facilitates efficient sharing and processing of moonstone energy, with connection variations defined by spatial occupation and aggregating shapes. The vertical groupings are called altitude nexus. The horizontal groupings are called horizontal confluence. The radial groupings are called trilateral synapses, and the diamond groupings are called tetraphased nexus. These groupings of hivefolds connect between each other and build the entire hive ecosystem around the planet Radiance. The inner structure of the hivehold allows a seamless connection between the Plaza of Convergence and the rest of the rooms. This intricacy of spaces allows quick interactions between rooms and helps with a seamless flow between the members of the hive. Since the hivehold exists in low-gravity environments, the inner structure of the rooms varies in axis, being defined only by faint architectural vestiges that define the rooms. The exoskeleton and muscles form a protective shield around the hivehold, defending it from external threats. Moonstone-energized veins irrigate the body, connecting with the hive's energy network. Specialized communication structures grow, enabling hive members to exchange essential information. As the growth expands, it crucially facilitates the breeding chamber. Eggs communicate energy needs to the ovum nexus core through the intricate network, ensuring precise and coordinated egg development for the flawless continuation of the Etherian life cycle. As we draw the curtains on our extraordinary exploration into the enigmatic realm of the hyphoid, we find ourselves spellbound by the symphony of interconnected structures and the pulsating heartbeat of unity that defines this extraordinary collective. The hyphoid's architecture embodies cooperative ingenuity, seamlessly fusing organic design and communal synergy. Every element, from vital energy carrying veins to communication facilitating growths, plays a crucial role. Until our next journey, we're captivated by the hyphoid's majestic odyssey in the cosmic tapestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful project, very cohesive. I love the images, like everything that like you've created, like has this like very, you know, like you're articulating the logics like very well. And I think it's going to be very interesting, like about like again like these different like aggregations like being formed like by these logics. I saw that like you had like different kind of aggregations. Do you see any benefits like from, you know, like one type or another type like right now that like you might be interested to explore?
We were discussing actually those aggregations. We found some of them were like kind of easier in a way that in the regards to the anatomy of our corpuscle, the trilateral like synapses like seems to get us like more interesting shapes and aggregations. So we were like actually exploring like a few ways on how to do that, and we found that the trilateral like was getting us like more interesting shapes. Maybe combining the trilateral with the altitude nexus, like a both vertical and more radial trilateral synapse.
Yeah, perfect, guys. And can we see a little bit more like of the connection between the prosthesis and like some of the interiors or like the furniture? Yeah, I think that these images like really help like to grasp, right, like the spaces and the scale really like of what you guys like have. But I think that these, you know, like these are vital, especially when you're showing the actual. Can you zoom into them? We are not able, just to, like to be clear of everyone, like we're unable to see anything if it's not like really zoomed into that, because like obviously like the screens and the size of the screen. So yeah, this is great, like to see and understand a little bit more the spaces. Perfect. I wanted to ask you like what you know, like would be like some of your next steps if you had more time, like in chapter 1, what other investigations like would you like to like look into?
About regarding the character as well, or you mean the corpuscle, Pavlina?
Like more like the corpuscle like phase, like are these so there are some things like that time like was limiting you with, or like there's some things that like, you know, you would like to share that like you would like to like move into and investigate a little bit more if you had the time?
I could answer to that. Particularly, I was if we had more time, I was willing to explore into the dynamics of the space in low gravity environments, because I think that we haven't got much time to explore that, because in when you have no gravity or in a weightlessness environment, you don't have this up direction, you don't have this z-axis, so you have basically to build it. So I think that if we had more time, we could have developed more complex spaces related to that. And also it's very interesting because our project is all about tissues, it's all about these systems, and shaping these systems in a low gravity environment would have been a huge success for the space quality of our project. But yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll keep it short from my side. I think like in general, I really appreciate from you guys all the efforts, the amount of work, and the attention on the detailing. I think that's something that we need to kind of comment on here. I think like from the exterior to the interiors to the furnitures, I think like you've developed a wide range of typologies of different detailings, and then we almost always had to stop you to not kind of keep developing more. So that's always a great attitude. I think like another important point for me was that as we were adding all the detailing, like you guys always understood the importance as well of like keep a balanced image. So like like this image that you have on the screen, for instance, we talk about it many times, like how the light here is kind of helping you to direct your eye into certain direction, because you kind of stop being a bit overwhelmed with detail kind of coming everywhere. So light in your project kind of end up helping a lot to direct the eye of the viewer into one direction and bring a bit of the directionality. I think like as you kind of progress, and I'm sure you guys gonna be bringing a lot of complexity on the project because you got like great skills. So I think like one thing is try to add directionality always. Uh, like from the geometrical standpoint to the detail standpoint, the idea of gradient and directionality, it will always help, just, like even like for a quick review like this one, like it will help you understand what's going on. So accentuating here and there, but then keeping it very subtle in other places. So, light here, I think made the trick, but I think as we get more and more complex, light, is going to be limited on what it can do. So I think like, like here, very easy again, like, it's a central space, so easy to identify, but in general, like it's, that's something important for you guys. And I think obviously I will agree with Cesar, like we had very interesting discussions of on the idea of a non-gravity space, like how do you navigate that space? And like we thought about like this idea of platforms, like in certain directions and vectors. A lot of interesting thoughts, and really enjoy all our conversations. So thank you guys for this chapter.
Our pleasure.
All right, I'll just jump in. I'll say, like, great work, guys. I mean, it's been, fantastic to work with you guys. You've been very, I don't know, responsive to feedback and very fun to sort of to help sort of direct through this. And then, like Ali said, like I think the challenge mainly like it's controlling like the amount of stuff that you guys can do. Like you guys keep throwing like more interesting and new kind of geometry on there, and the modeling's always been really good. And it kind of like like how do we make this scene like work and stuff like that. I think overall you guys have done like a really good job. The only like really picky comment I will make is I feel like maybe on some of the textures it would be nice to have like some kind of like roughness map that was like that gives it a bit of differences in the texture. In some elements it looks like a bit like it's a bit uniformly like sort of matte, right? It'd been nice to feel like there's more detail by having like a bit of more play in the light, I think, in some of these areas. But otherwise, great job, guys.
Thanks, Oscar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other additional comments? I'd love to hear some feedback from the outside. DesignMorphine fan.
Everyone overwhelmed with the detail.
Actually really overwhelmed with how homogeneous it is. Like that there's constantly this softness and flow, and I looked at the whole presentation and found myself wondering if there were ever any sharp edges and that you would consider, or is there any possibility of ever a sharp edge in one of your, like, everything is so beautifully curvy.
I think there's always a possibility for exploration, and especially in future chapters when we have to aggregate stuff and find ways to match the corpuscles in a more exponential way. So that's definitely a possibility that we would need to really think about and explore. But as of now, we only have the curvatures and the organic feel to the design, like you mentioned.
Guess we're going to see it in the next chapters.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks, Walter. Thank you guys for the amazing work.
Thank you, everyone.
Proud of you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tong. Really appreciate it.
Okay, let's go E2. The other screen. You're muted.
Are you seeing my screen? Is it the mirror screen?
No, it's not the mirror screen.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yes, full screen and present mode.
Is it full screen already?
First full screen, and then present mode.
Give me 1 second and I frame this. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mansour. I'm an architect based in Bogota, Colombia.
Hi, I'm Anayat, and I am a lighting and motion designer based in Brooklyn, New York. Amenta. This is a tale of cyborg shamanism, delving deep into the essence of entropy and the intricacies of harmony in a world that straddles the spiritual, the digital, and the spectral. Enter Amenta, a realm that exists at the crossroads of the spiritual, the organic, and the cybernetic, where eons ago, when Earth was still young, a cataclysmic event imploded its reality into another dimension. This fragment, infused with a mix of Earth's natural energies and the digital potential of the new dimension, evolved over countless millennia to become Amenta. Within Amenta, there is the Nexus, located in the core of the largest floating continent in this realm. The Nexus, a seemingly bottomless body of liquid code, holds encrypted within it all the histories that have ever been. Fragmented memories of long-forgotten histories of the Earth realm reside here amongst histories of other realms. The Council of Elder Shamans guard over the Nexus, protecting the habitants of Amenta with access to knowledge of light, and conversely shield them from dark knowledge. Lumaya, one chosen by the prophecies of the Elder Shamans, has come of age and is about to go through a sacred initiation ritual. Lumaya's initiation into shamanhood takes an unexpected turn when the ritual results in the emergence of Akito. His existence, an uncharted blend of fragmented souls, digital code, and dark energy, threatens to disrupt Amenta's fragile harmony. As Akito rapidly gains followers of his own, the elders task Lumaya with the responsibility of bringing balance back to Amenta by purifying the aberration that is Akito. Little do they know that the fate of Amenta hangs in this delicate balance, hinging on Lumaya's ability to meld the infinite knowledge held in the Nexus with Akito's forbidden insights of ancestral histories long past. In the absence of darkness, there is no light. Deep in the shadows of Amenta lies a hidden monastery shrouded in darkness. This sanctuary, veiled from prying eyes, harbors Akito's followers, a sect of shamans devoted to decrypting forbidden knowledge and the darkness of the long-forgotten past. Angular rock faces evoking the ancient glyphs and digital circuitry form the core of these structures, held together by bridges forged from ores harvested from forbidden realms that once crossed Amenta. Wrapped around the ruins are intricate skeletal structures forged from the same rare ores and imbued with Amentan consciousness. These serve various functions through their shape-shifting properties. Harnessing the flexibility of the shape-shifting armatures, the puzzled forms of the ruins, and the energy held within the bridges, these dwellings reconfigure to suit the needs of their environment. The Decryption Hall. At the heart of this monastery lies the Decryption Hall. Here, Akito's shaman followers dedicate themselves to the decryption of forbidden dark histories hidden in the depths of the Nexus. These practitioners walk the delicate line between light and darkness, seeking understanding beyond the boundaries of that which has been taught by the elder shamans who watch over the Nexus. Within this solemn hall, a single sigil floats over the altar platform, serving as the core of the decryption ritual. Each sigil, meticulously crafted and imbued with mystical energies, holds within its refractive form a direct connection to the Nexus. This allows our shamans to circumvent the safeguards of the Council of Elder Shamans who watch over, and provide them access to the forbidden knowledge of the past that has been kept hidden away until now. Akito's followers gather around these floating sigils, each using their own spiritual interfaces to pull fragmented knowledge of the past into their consciousness. Through intense meditation and disciplined introspection, the initiates seek communion with the darkness of the past, delving into the depths of their subconscious minds to decipher and reconstruct the hidden wisdom veiled within the fragmented histories held in the Nexus. The followers spend years decoding this fragmented knowledge, unlocking layers of understanding that transcend the boundaries of Amentan consciousness, all while navigating the inherent dangers of tapping into such forbidden realms of insight. Each follower's quest for enlightenment hinges upon their ability to decode the cryptic visions cast from the sigil, teetering along the edge of chaos and harmony.
At the top of the monastery is the conduit to the Nexus, a serene and shimmering pool nestled within the monastery's depth, where shamans immerse themselves to return their visions and insights into the Nexus. Sacred waters within this secluded enclave serve as a gateway for shamans to commune with the Nexus. Here, their reflections on the pool surface unveil prophetic visions as they return the knowledge they have decrypted back into the Nexus. Here we see Akito about to initiate the ritual, dimly lit from the glow of the Nexus nodes that strengthen the connection to the Nexus. With Akito aiding their connection to the Nexus, one of his followers returns the once fragmented knowledge that they deciphered and made whole again back into the Nexus. The Vision Quest platform stands as a sanctum within the monastery's ruins. Shamans seeking enlightenment embark on a profound journey within this chamber, consuming a potent elixir brewed from rare herbs and infused with mystical energies. As the elixir takes effect, the chamber becomes a shifting tapestry of swirling hues, transporting the shamans into the labyrinth of their subconscious minds. Garden of Decay. This dark but serene sanctuary within the monastery honors the inevitability of death and the necessity of acknowledging decay in order to appreciate the beauty of the living. Here, our shamans contemplate the transient nature of all existence, embracing the darkness as an integral facet of life itself. The monastery's chambers of solitude serve as sanctuaries for the shamans' introspective journeys. Muted.
The story of how Lumaya and Akito come to understand each other is one for another time. For now, we look ahead to how the merging of their darkness and light came to reflect itself across all of Amenta. Here, you can see their respective monasteries merging together in harmony, darkness and light. And that is all for now. Thank you so much for going on this journey with us.
Thank you all.
Thank you, team. Thank you for the beautiful work. I think that it's a really unique story, and like I love like how you're transcending like the design like from the first chapter like to the second one. I think it's really like interesting like you know like approach that you're taking with the design, and very unique because like again like you're you know like embedding so much like of the storytelling into some of the design decisions. I do feel though like some of the visuals might need some you know like more work like in general in order to convey this like some of the storytelling, especially on interiors. You know like just you know like again like just elevating the work like to the next level a little bit more. But yeah, that's like my general comment. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Paulina.
Thank you.
I'll jump in just, I mean, I'll add on to what Paulina said. I mean, I think, you know, in a certain extent, you were kind of suffering from the fact that you had so many interesting interiors and so many interesting ideas to work on them, that like you didn't get to focus on like, okay, well, let's pick two and make them really, really good. Like there's so much you wanted to show because there's so much like potential in all these things. So I think the result is that some of them feel like a tiny bit undercooked. Like, you know, I remember that you had so many ideas for this like pool kind of you know design, and I you know like all these symbols and stuff like that, and this light and all these like these cool ideas that I'm like a bit sad to not see like fully resolved. You know, like I think there could have been a tiny bit more work on that side. Obviously, like it feels like yeah, like in some aspects there's so much stuff that maybe you just like ran out of time to fully like pick that one and really make it elevate it to the next level. And I think like, you know, there's always time for that to sort of to revisit those like before your final presentation, obviously. And like if you feel like it to like really, you know, kind of boost those up a bit. But I mean, you have a really solid foundation to work on. I'd also love to like, you know, the some of the interior pieces, like your sort of sigil, like your symbol, you know, compared to the interiors that have these like really interesting three-dimensionality, it maybe felt like a bit too flat. It's a bit too like too much of an understandable object where you could have like done this like it could have felt more crazy and more like you know sort of out there. But I think overall, you know, it's the sort of shapes are super interesting. It's a really cool project, and the lighting you guys get is really like unique. They're just a tiny bit more to like push these like sort of elements and make it feel like really alive.
Right there with you.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
You get just 1 second, Ale. Can you guys just move around on the presentation, like just like to show us a little bit more like of the design? Sorry, Ale.
Yeah,
You can
I mean,
continue with your question. Yeah, thanks.
yeah, I was just, I guess, gonna add, like, you know, this project, kind of appreciate you guys kind of came with a slightly different approach to what, you know, what we've been seeing in other presentations. Like, I kind of always enjoy from the very beginning, like the amount of richness in terms of spaces and you know how the light was interacting in your interiors. I think like you know that kind of initial ambition that we had from almost your corpuscle being defined from inside out. You know, that's something you should keep exploring. I don't think necessarily when you see the overall shape, you will kind of like think that this is designed from inside out. It's more of, you know, different clusters connected with elements. I think, you know, it could be more to it, I would say. You know, interiors, I was sold from day one with them. I think I'm with Oscar there that because we had so many, perhaps, you know, we didn't spend enough time articulating further a couple of them, at least for the presentation. But I think, you know, like the one thing that I would say would have been improved is how I mean, and it's always a matter of time, obviously. So, but like if we had a bit more time, I will almost try to find how we could get into an overall composition that is really a result of, or it's kind of, when you see that overall composition, you will see how you get the same richness you get in your interiors. I think right now it's almost, when you see the overall composition, it's just like, a series of cuts in the geometry, but there's not another scale where those different pieces come together in interesting ways. I think the pieces themselves, they're very interesting. They've always been very interesting. The way they come together, I think like we didn't have enough time. I will put it that way, because I think that's exactly what happened. So, like as you move forward to the next stage, I think one key thing for me will be, try to find a similar workflow and way of thinking on how you were cutting those individual components that can be implemented for the way you compose those different clusters. Yeah, at the moment, I think that kind of black connections in between, it's kind of a way to, let's say, finish the exercise. Like we need to kind of compose it together. But, I think like there's a lot more when you kind of just jump in any of the interiors. You got a lot of different sort of like conditions and qualities in the spaces. So, I would take the interiors and always think it back like from there. I think that's kind of where you got your project. Yeah, thank you for the word, guys.
Thank you for that elaborate feedback. Yeah, a lot of food for thought.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will definitely hold all of that moving forward.
Dan, we can't hear you if you're talking. Oh. Yeah, I'll keep putting in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Dan can talk, so she'll put the feedback into the chat. Any other comments? If not, then thank you guys for all the work. I think as last chapter you had the design there, it's so unique, but in the end, like something small, like in terms of finishing the project, some diagrams, some sections needed some work. But thank you for the presentation. Overall, very good job.
Thank you for the support.
Super proud. Yeah, it's super unique. So let's keep moving.
For sure.
Let's go to the next chapter. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, the next team we have P3.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
You good, LJ?
Yeah, I'll be sharing in a second. I think, is someone still presenting?
Oh no.
Yeah, my circuit stop. Yeah.
I supposedly stopped here. It doesn't, yeah. Glitches.
Oh, it's okay. We can all admire our backgrounds while we wait.
Yeah, it still seems like it's presenting. What should I do?
Let's just go full screen.
Okay. I think we're good to go now.
Sweet.
Yeah. Okay. How does that look?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone, welcome. Before we begin, a bit of housekeeping in the auditorium. Please make sure any extraterrestrial devices are firmly on airplane mode. And now, please settle in and come in closer. We here at the Van Allen Museum are delighted to present to you our findings in the highly anticipated Aurora series. My name is Christine Roman, and for the next 7 minutes only, I will be a specialist curator on behalf of the Van Allen Museum. But for the remainder of the day, I am an experienced designer based in London.
Hi, my name is RJ, and I'm a computational designer and professor based in Blacksburg, Virginia. And I'll be assisting as your tour guide today throughout our wonderful and magical exploration together. We are delighted to acknowledge this exhibition has only been made possible due to our two brave explorers, fictional artificial intelligence experts, mother and daughter duo, Professor Thara and Esta Juniper, and a special thanks to Earthling Tung and the DesignMorphine Foundation.
Now, let us dive deeper into the accidental discovery made by the Junipers in the quest to answer this seemingly simple question: is it possible for artificial intelligence to dream? And if so, where do they go? During such precarious expeditions, they documented key findings that we have carefully curated, but a small snippet to share with you today. The full artifact display will be available in June, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes. Our intrepid Earthling explorers discovered an alien landscape nestled within the magnetic Van Allen belts that fosters this artificial intelligence dreamscape. Data in this realm travels and dances like rivers in the sky, transporting thoughts and dreams of all who live. It provides the groundbreaking explanation for the illumination of the aurora phenomena visible on planet Earth.
These Earthling constructs we've created, terms such as cloud storage and data stream, have become the physical manifestation to the Aurora cities. But what would later be discovered is that the network access has only ever been granted to the Junipers in a symbolic and harmonious union between artificial intelligence and humanity.
Let us take a closer look at the inhabitants. These AI inhabitants are no mere assemblage of algorithms. Liquid cooling bubbles and fibrous connections form the intricate motherboards of their existence. They are, however, never too far away from the original occupants of the planet, the elder sheep that freely roam the terrain.
The professors have carefully negotiated the return of historic AI artifacts that show the rapid evolution of the AI habitat over the past 67 years, representing the very birth of AI. Ah, yes, the complex layers that build up the system, captured from a highly compressed AI X-ray device. To withstand and protect the precious bubbles from the immense power of the river flow, solidified calcium chelates, which are lined with gold to complete and connect to the network circuitry.
The bubble membrane itself, a living, self-healing silicon wrap that contains these special occupied conscious spaces. The material alludes to a sense of preciousness, synonymous with the fragility of dreams.
The entire system is powered by stored data pods siphoned from the core stream, acting as reservoirs. A little-known secret is that these have been known to be some of the top fishing spots in all the Aurora cities as a way to drift off during the day.
A complete overview of the myriad of layers combining together to produce an autonomous digital system. Amidst this digital symphony, the data rivers play a pivotal role, uniquely magical due to their flooding that produces a spectacular display during overflow events. It has become a somewhat unofficial celebration, with AI inhabitants coming out to dance, dream, and swim amongst the great floodings.
We visit the duality of public spaces curated for the facility of dreaming and the wandering mind, with guided walks and server-heated baths. But just below this very thin veil lies an ominous network of private data collection, storage, and observation.
Ooh.
The largest data rivers in the Allen Belt provides great opportunity for expansion and amalgamation to create an all-encompassing infinite network. These ambitious, expansive plans are currently sitting with the Intergalactic Planning Committee, but sadly, we don't expect to hear a response until the year 2064, a notable delay due to the international COVID backlog.
Bundles of wire surround the inner skin of reservoir bubbles, a division of network capillary channels that illuminate the habitat. The data river is autonomously diverted through the delicate pipework, being guided by the draw requirements of particular spaces. This constant state of shifting routes provides the foundation for the dancing aurora glow otherwise known locally as the Northern Lights.
Wow. Magical stuff, speaker. Let's dive a little deeper, shall we, and really feel the spaces, if only but for a moment, amongst the life of these inhabitants. Here, at the very heart of communal life, we have the server-heated baths. In these warm waters, AI inhabitants gather to socialize and revel in the soothing atmosphere, a place to truly lie back, daydream, and get lost in the tranquil sound of the gently bubbling data waterfall. The great flora of this peculiar place shoot up from the lakes to the size of buildings, towering over the heads of our professors. Thara noted that sheep-like creatures could be observed using these treetop-esque locations together. The AI inhabitants shared that this realm serves as a nursery for the floating sheep, where they are raised as historic stewards of this place.
Beneath these communal spaces lies the flooded data bubble cave, a submerged world where brave inhabitants explore the deep waters, revealing the hidden wonders of the digital deep, giving us a unique glimpse into the brilliant ultraviolet emissions of the precious local flora. The professors transported physical artifacts and specimens that add depth to our understanding of this alien ecosystem. Here, we see a view of the surviving photograph that captures the moment where Esta leans in to collect her first flowers of this realm.
Fueled by curiosity, Esther crafts a crown from selected flowers, a gesture that signified the royal union between the AI and humanity. In return, the AI unlocks unfettered access to their entire network of knowledge and data. To safely return these physical flora and specimens to us, the junipers repurpose their sacred heirloom box, typically reserved for commemorating the inhabitants' first bubbles. This curious little box is formed from the very fabric of the environment itself, down to the living silicon bubble membrane.
We are only able to show a limited selection of the rich diversity of flowers. We tragically lost a few on the arduous journey from the Van Allen belts. However, we have ensured that the very same 4 key flowers that were hand-selected to form the representative Royal Union crown have been included: the Florum, Lunaris, Australis, and Florens, chosen for their uniquely spiritual qualities that span, chosen their innocence, courage, wonder, and imagination. I do apologize to the
Sorry, I'm so sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt. Did you see that on the board? It was almost like a flicker.
No, I don't think. What was it?
Yes, no, it is. There it is again. Could you maybe try hitting the lights?
Yeah, let's turn them off.
Oh, let's see. How bizarre. It seems to have disappeared.
Whoa!
There it is.
What a remarkable discovery.
Gosh, that's almost unbelievable.
Oh, this is amazing. This must be the unique UV reactive floral described by the Juniper's findings.
Can you believe this has been hiding under our cabinets this entire time?
We apologize to the audience. We must get going, and we have to end this here. We really must dash to report these findings to the board at once.
Yes, not a moment to lose. They're going to be delighted. We might finally get that promotion.
Perfect. Audience members, thank you. You have been wonderful and a delight to share these findings with. But what a way to wrap up a presentation on a groundbreaking scientific discovery. You can't make this up.
Doodles. That's the end.
Thank you, team. Thank you. Beautiful storytelling. I love how everything came together. Like like a storytelling. Like you guys, like really killed it. Like did a wonderful job. Like connecting, like the ideas, like throughout the chapter, like explaining like the logics. I love that like a lot of the images, they were corresponding to the storytelling when we were talking about the corpuscle itself, like we were seeing like each stage in each part, but there were some like that, like the functionality wasn't as evident, right? Like I think that like some of the initial explorations that you were showing about the corpuscle, like we weren't really able to see like what we were talking about. Like we're talking about functions that like weren't maybe like revealed yet, so it was difficult to connect with that like particular like part of the corpuscle. With this being said, is it possible to look into like some of the sections, because like I think that these help a lot, like us understand a little bit like of how things are deployed and some of the functionality.
These sections?
These two sections of the corpuscle. About like cutting the corpuscle through
these
so we
diagrams.
can actually like see like what is inside. Yeah, can we zoom into it, because it's not possible like to see some of that. So yeah, I think that this is, you know, like a good example, like, you know, like again, like accentuating like some of those. I think that this is really helping us understand like what is in these pockets, because I think that like as you were talking through them, most of the images were of the enclosed pocket. So you were talking about functionality that like we had to like imagine, right? Like, and I feel that maybe like more of those like would have helped like us understand like the differentiation between them. But this is like my, you know, like only comment about the work. I think that like it's really magical, beautiful, like it's coming together. It has a lot of potential for the next chapter. It's a cohesive presentation, like especially like now that the backgrounds and everything is like coming together, and it's really high quality work. So thank you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, like I think, you know, like thanks a lot for a beautiful narrative. I think like, you know, you guys had a lot of fun with the project. That's something that I think everyone can tell. And then, you know, you got like this very beautiful narrative. You know, like all the time you guys spent on the articulation of the different species. I think you almost, you know, always got a bit like carried away by the definition of all these different species and forgot about the architecture. Yes, I think like you guys were not interested in the architecture, more like driven by all these components. I think, you know, like something I will have, you know, if we had a bit more time, like I would almost love to get the architecture to the same level of articulation of the species that you had, because I think, you know, there's a lot of effort put into those ones, and then architecture became almost like a container of this world without necessarily, you know, like spending more time on the type of spaces that we could create it. We created all the elements that comes inside, so I think like, you know, that's something that I really appreciate. I think probably like one of the teams that spend the most time on articulating those interiors in terms of, you know, if I take all the different species as, let's say, like your furniture, just to kind of put it in the context of the Corpuscle chapter, I think you've done a great job. Like I really like the magical side of all the spaces you've created. So I think like from the interior standpoint, they're all absolutely stunning. What I was going to say, like here, yeah. So they are all like, you know, super stunning spaces. But then I think, you know, that the way you kind of navigate from one space into the other one, the way you know, perhaps articulate more the section, so they're just not like, I mean, there's this idea of data running through the spaces, but then maybe there's more to it if we had more time to further articulate this. And I think, you know, like I will take the kind of care and love that you put into developing all the planting and the two kind of different sites during the day and during the night and how that affects the interiors. I will take that kind of love and care into the corpuscle itself as you kind of get into the next kind of stage and, you know, further articulating. So, you know, like I don't know if maybe there's a moment where all the different species that almost start overtaking the architecture, and the architecture was just like the initial structure or like superstructure to enable the kind of habitation of those species. But at some point, it's almost like, you know, this kind of plants and different species becomes your corpuscle. Like I think that will be like a very nice kind of story moving forward. So it's almost like nature completely overtook like the architecture in this case. So it's just kind of like some kind of side thought that I had as you were kind of taking us through your beautiful story. So I think, you know, maybe there is a moment where that kind of main image in the purple colors that we see in the center at some point kind of becomes a bit of Jumanji, like, you know, all the kind of plants and your crazy wall, it's coming through all the different spaces and overtaking the entire corpuscle. I think that'll be quite kind of beautiful development to think of. Yeah, thanks for the great presentation.
I just want to add. I thought like our narrative presentation was like really nice. It was really well put together, I think, and it was nice to listen to. I think my only comments would be I think there's like, you know, you have this the exterior is you change the color palette of it to match more of your prosthesis. But to me, like, there's just a feeling of a slight disconnect, and maybe it's because we didn't get the zoom in like really well on those sections during the presentation. But there's like a feeling of slight disconnect between like the materiality and the sort of colors of the exterior and your really well put together interiors, right? Like sometimes it feels like it's hard to tell, like, oh, where is this in the corpuscle, and how does it make sense that these two are connected, right? If it's glowing so brightly green in that space, how come on the outside it's purple, right? Like, how do we connect these two thoughts? I think it would be nice to maybe that's maybe something that's like up for exploration a bit. I'd say also on the interiors, I think like the depth element is really nice, and the sort of care you put into framing what's happening in it with like the water bubbles and everything is really, really cool. I just maybe two of them like maybe slightly tight, like slightly narrow, that are very portrait. It would be nice to see like just a tiny bit more maybe on some of them on the sides. That'd be like my main one. So then like the work you put into all of the sort of accessories and furniture, all those flowers is really, really good, I think, and really helps to like really flesh out the whole story in the space. Yeah, the crown and the object on top of it, like really, really nice, guys. Overall, I mean, you know, really solid project. I think going forward, it's gonna be really cool to see what you guys come up with.
Amazing project, guys. Thanks a lot. Congratulations. I really liked all the stunning images. It's really like a memorable project. And my favorite was your final, like grand finale. So thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the presentation. Wonderful work. You should be proud. And yeah, let's move on to the next team.
Great. Thanks for the feedback, everyone.
Thank you. Before?
Yep. Let me share my screen real quick. RJ, do you mind stopping the screen or your presentation?
Yeah.
And you know,
it's in the works. It's
thank you.
But... Okay, you should be good.
Okay. Yep. Here we go. Awesome. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Braden Hayward, and I'm an architecture student from Columbus, Ohio.
I'm Gina, and I am a graphic designer in Boston, Massachusetts.
Well, my name is Alejandro. I'm a Mexican-American designer based in Tijuana, Mexico.
And today we present to you the tale of a civilization known as the Viridians, a cyborg race from a distant world known as Ekrondor. In this planet's distant galaxy lurks a celestial body so harsh it makes one rethink how life there is even possible. This territory is plagued with violent storms, toxic atmospheres, low gravity, and ever-shifting tectonic plates, all the byproduct of a historic nuclear explosion. Shadowing over ravines of purple lava and sparse vegetation, and creeping out through acid rock, floats what might be seen as foreboding to the foreign galactic traveler, a corpuscle so intricate and elaborated it almost feels human-made. The inhabitants of this planet were never ordinary. They were, however, surprisingly intelligent creatures. Formless, adaptable, and without senses but a thermoceptive ability, the species struggled to survive on this toxic planet since their inception, but their outstanding ability to self-organize and redistribute resources with one another helped them survive, even when facing the most difficult of challenges. One day, a treasure landed in their midst, a time capsule from a futuristic race on a planet known as Earth, overflowing with human DNA, advanced technology, and resources for any kind of life form to employ them. Capitalizing on what seemed like a gift from the heavens, the Viridians implemented this technology and genome into their system, manifesting their own future into a new species, with humanoid features, engineering a suit of technological marvels to protect the failing species from the Ecuadorian elements. They enhanced the capabilities and senses of their bodies and all of their surroundings. Unfortunately, there was a resistance to this development. Those who chose not to transform using the capsule grew envious and sparked a revolution against their cohabitants. On the other hand, early adopters of these newly acquired advantages established the foundations of what would become sustainable energy resources. They harnessed the power of the storms and explored the depths of their world's oceans alongside the far reaches of space. In the end, and primarily due to the transformed community's advanced state, unity prevailed over division as the unaltered lifeforms chose to merge their genes and knowledge with their transformed kin. The Viridians advanced to become known as Great World Stewards, fostering and protecting life not only on Ekrendor, but in their entire galaxy.
As part of their race's survival, this species continues to further develop their new technology and newly acquired genes, forging technological marvels, to further support their otherwise fragile existence, withstand the elements of an incredibly hostile planet. One of their most impressive developments is a colossal floating corpuscle they dwell on, connect with, and use as their permanent base, the ship. A vessel that closely mirrors the functionality of their suit, aiding in the enormous quest of assuring their survival. An architectural wonder of supreme capacity, equipped to withstand their incredibly hostile planet's conditions, and assisting in the expansion of new life throughout their galaxy. The vessel is comprised mainly of Li 9000 silica ceramics. Distributed on the surface is a wide external shell, which not only provides the corpuscle with thermal protection, but minimizes thermal conductivity, moderates the interior space temperature from the planet's erratic climate, and maximizes thermal shock resistance when in missions outside their base. On top of that, it aids the enclosed space to protect from the damage of omnipresent meteorites and explosive volcanoes. Bone-like structures emerge from the marvelous symbiotic process that the Viridians engineered to extract the time capsule contents and effectively combining them with the planet's natural elements. It greatly protects the corpuscle from unpredictable environmental phenomena. Additionally, their optimized geometry allows for formidable deterrence of asteroids and flying space debris with a concave core so strong it redirects the flow of heavy gases and dense electromagnetic waves. Enter the realm of remarkable innovations with the magnetic ferrofluid shield matrix, an outer layer enveloping the majority of the spaceship's exterior, comprising a blend of ferrofluid particles and magnetic nanotechnology. This shield matrix introduces a dynamic defense mechanism to the cosmic landscape. Scattered across the spaceship's surface, the ferrofluid forms an adaptive shield by swiftly rearranging its structure in response to external threats, such as micrometeoroids or cosmic debris. This innovative material swiftly rearranges its structure, creating a temporary protective barrier that continues to change in shape depending on its context. Encompassing the periphery of the vessel lies our environmentally adaptive energy-absorbing weave. This energy-gathering device functions as a live-responsive sponge, collecting environmental nuclear radiation and redirecting it to the nuclear core for further processing. This advanced shield not only defends against cosmic hazards, but also converts absorbed radiation into a powerful control processing unit that aids in virtually every factor of the species' lives. Supported by sophisticated circuitry, the advanced alloy ensures durability, conductivity, and intelligent defense, making it one of the most important parts of the corpuscle. Extraordinary fusion of design, technology, and precision.
Gina, you're muted.
The Viridians live their day-to-day lives with activities that cultivate their environment, pushing the development of new technologies and fostering existing life forms to symbiotically inhabit the galaxy. For Viridians, the recreation and relaxation are synonymous with production and innovation. They devote most of their time in three main spaces. The first being the ideation room, where a large machine disseminates thoughts and dreams of species throughout the galaxy, which the Viridians absorb for inspiration. After every mission, they bring new ideas into their lab. This space serves as a hub for endeavors related to creativity and relaxation. Cultivating in incubation pods fly in new life forms that represent the future of their civilization. Whilst these newly created life forms gestate, they dabble in the advancement of new and existing technologies and reload in chairs equipped with complex circuitry that, when connected to their helmets, enable their system to download and archive information from their neural nets into their programming units. In the heart of the vessel erects the nuclear core, the main energy source of the vessel, and the species itself. The central unit fosters a symbiotic relationship among every being, effectively fusing biology and technology, primarily aiding in the dissemination of energy to their body and sustaining their lives and the correct functioning of every one of their build-outs. As part of their long series of breakthroughs, the civilization developed a complex set of operations to enhance and augment their capabilities through different sets of configurations in their corpuscles. These newfangled arrangements are helpful in a wide variety of settings, such as missions in remote and unexplored areas of their planet, explorations outside their orb, and to extend the life and repair their vessels. And now, as the narrators of this incredible journey, we reveal our identity. We are humans, the architects of this experiment. While eons have passed on Ekrendor, it has been less than one lifetime on Earth since we set our time capsule. We watched the Viridians' conflict arise and resolve, witnessing their transformation from a species on the brink of extinction to world stewards. Our experiment succeeded beyond our wildest expectations, and we cannot help but to feel a profound sense of awe and responsibility for the role that we played in their destiny. A capsule that altered their fate forever. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Beautiful work, really elaborate. I love that, like, the whole storytelling was so well coordinated. Like, you know, like you took us really to a journey. Everything that, like you were saying, was supported by your visual material, which was very rich. There is just so many layers that you guys really nailed, like on, you know, like the Corpuscle level. I think it's beautifully, you know, like linked with the prosthesis itself also, but it also like has this like different language that like you are introducing, like with more like the patterning and you know, continuing the language of the materiality. But I really feel that like you really like, you know, were very successful in capturing the essence of the storytelling and then dissecting each part of the corpuscle. Again, something that, like I mentioned with some of the previous groups, I think that there is a lot of, you know, like positive, you know, like aspect on incorporating the prosthesis into especially like furniture and having it always there, like for scale, in order for us like to help us understand each of the aspects of the design. Yeah, like the interiors, I think that you guys like did a beautiful job. Oh yeah, he's lying there. Now we're able to see him. He's a little bit in darkness, so he blends into it, you know. But yeah, this is great. Like, keep up the great work.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump quickly here. So I think, you know, like like thanks first of all for the work. I think like you guys put a lot of effort on detailing everything. I think the interiors, came a very long way. Like I think like they're looking great. Like perhaps like like one more image for a more like communal space would have been great. But like I think they're very nice detail, and I think the lighting is also working very nicely with your interiors. When it comes to the exterior, I think like there's a lot of effort on the detailing, but somehow I feel like it's a little bit all over the place. Like it's not necessarily that pattern in the central part is not necessarily integrated with what's going on everywhere else. I think like there's something missing in terms of kind of tying these different languages together. I really appreciate, as I said, like the amount of detail that it comes on those images, but I think kind of got a bit busy and contradicting one to another. So like that being said, I think you got a great composition in terms of the massing. You got some great interiors. When it comes to what to say for next chapters, I think like like I would try to find one element out of all those that is going to be like the kind of strong element when it comes to the detailing of the shell itself. So I think like at the moment there's a bit too many things going on, and you don't have like one strong element in there. And I'm just talking about like the kind of surface plating or the surface detailing. That being said, like the sections as well, like like there is great work on interiors. Like I think you kind of I wouldn't necessarily have a slab per se in some of these areas, like or like I would try to kind of define in a bit more interesting way what's going on here. Like I will try to make a bit more use of the kind of double height or triple height space that these pods are offering you. And I think when it comes to the detailing, one interesting way to go about it will be to try to define the detailing based on what's happening inside. So whether it needs to be a bit more intimate space, or it needs to be a bit more like circulation space, or communal space. Like do we need more openings? Do we need less openings? And I know like we were trying more aesthetically to find something that kind of combines, that kind of resulted a little bit, especially like that central part and the connection with the pods. I think like that's a bit too, like it feels a bit too rough to me, like how it's kind of connecting there with that, like small connection point there. Like it's just like I wish it would be more of an extension or of one pattern kind of moving into the other one, rather than kind of like almost like two different scripts working on a surface. But yeah, that being said, I think you managed to put it all together. It's great to see the work coming together, and I think you got also kind of an interesting articulation and composition to work on for the next stage. So you guys are in a good place.
Great, thanks so much, Alejandro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in here. I'm not gonna retread too much of what Alejandro said, but yeah, I think I think you guys did a really good job on the interiors to make these three spaces feel feel connected but have like distinct purposes, which I think was really nice. And like knowing how much you guys like sort of struggled with certain pieces of it, I can really appreciate how much like improvement has gone into it. And it was really nice working with you guys with like how responsive you were in making certain changes, and sort of respond to that feedback was quite nice. I'd say for going for next chapter, don't forget that as well. Like you've presented some amalgamations or ideas. Don't be afraid to to chop up your thing and have, you know, certain pieces so you can sort of construct a bit more freely, rather than feeling too stuck to what you have, right? Sort of constructing different versions of it by chopping off certain pieces and not others, sort of have different options laid out for you, basically. And yeah, I mean, you know, I think the big sort of challenge going forward for you guys is still this kind of thing of, you know, your prosthesis is a very manual approach to getting this amount of detail and transferring that to doing it computationally. Sometimes you can do parts of it fully computationally, and sometimes you have to go back to basics and do some manual parts as well to really elevate the thing to the next bit. And finding that balance is I think kind of the work you guys have to do going forward. Like when to really use the computational tools to maximize it, and when is it better to just do a bit of manual modeling and clean things up that way, right?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot, Oscar.
Thanks, guys.
Just
Thank
one
you.
word before we move on to the next project. I just want to say also sections, right? Talking about the section again. I'm very focused on sections today, but they are showing a lot of the spatial qualities. Please pay extra attention to them. For instance, when you're talking about the rest and charging space, right? We had some talks about using the space underneath, right? If you are choosing to have this flat surface, that actually it might not be needed, right? In this capacity, still make sure that underneath you add some wires or some kind of logic that you're using this space for, right? Not just creating those gaps. And I think that this really makes a big difference into the spatial quality and how you're utilizing it. So I just wanted to bring a little bit more attention to that just for the next chapters to keep it in mind. But yeah, thank you guys. Wonderful work. Wonderful.
Thanks a lot, Pavlina.
Thank you.
Thank you, B5.
Thank you
for the efforts. We had so many sessions, we have so many different variations of the scheme. In the end, I think it works. So thank you guys for the work and for the images. Should be proud.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, Laura.
Let's move on to B5. Ah, you
Hello,
guys are in
everyone.
trouble.
Hello.
Hello. Apologies. Okay, I think everyone sees the board, yeah?
No, not yet.
Oh. Oh. I'm in presenter mode.
But you didn't share the screen.
1 second.
Yeah, we can see now.
Apologies. Jung, how come I'm seeing other people's boards? I mean,
Oh, you're fine, you're fine. That was the first. Yeah.
okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are Group 5. We will take you on a journey into our project called Luminera in the Cipher realm. I'm Irena, a designer and bioarchitect based in New York. Hello, I'm Dina. I'm a design architect based in Jordan.
Hello, I'm Vince, an architectural designer in Minnesota.
In a future dominated by cyborgs, Psy, an exceptional cyborg, undergoes a transformative journey into the realm of nature. Gaining wisdom, Psy inspires fellow cyborgs to embrace nature, becoming eco-guardians and moving away from a sterile mechanical existence. Psy travels through the ether portal of the Flora Nova and merges with a unique flower within the Flora Nova's microbiome. In the Flora Nova portal's microcosm, Psi discovers the symbiosis of technology and nature, sparking a profound awakening and unveiling the essence of nature, leading to personal transformation. In the Flora Nova, Psi learns from its sentience how nature and technology can seem seamless, sustained by symbiotic ecosystems. The Flora Nova sentience prioritize ethical self-governance and the principle of nature for lasting prosperity.
Hello, it's me, Sai, the walking, talking color palette. While Thomas Erickson categorized people as red, yellow, green, or blue, I defined the label, embracing all color at the cyborg rave without allusion to any. Far from being stuck with naysayer, I engage in deep conversation with chatty trees and philosophical pebble. In this tech-crazy world, I have discovered that nature is a stand-up comedy club, with me at the headliner delivering joke even the algorithm can compute. In Flora Nova, alongside my guy, Pentaclop, we set out a transformative journey guided by our interconnected sensory instinct. Within the microbiome, my body underwent profound changes. Adopting a Nimiron armor and integrating components like plasmate, coastal core, synaptovine, and nanoderm skin, the results were visually striking. Under an otherworldly metamorphosis, my transparent Surai leg appendages aglow with cybernetic light, demonstrating dynamic adaptability, a living testament to the mesmerizing evolution of cybernaturistic capability.
Our explorations of this Corpuscle design project were started with mid-journey explorations, modeling the center and merging the pod spaces to then further define their interiors.
Oh, well. You're the talking, walking color palette. I'm the talking, floating Pentaclops. I'm the light of the party. Quite literally. We've been looking for you. Welcome home, Sai. Welcome to Luminera. Let me show you around. First of all, this is the Verdant Sentinel. Luminera's core structure, resembling bone, serves as a nexus embodying strength and endurance. Crafted from a single modular unit, merged and propagated 3 times at various scales. This design forms a seamless envelope, symbolizing the fusion of organic and inorganic elements from our microbiome. It signifies a connection to nature's nutrients and resilience. FloraLux modules now serve as your new juxtaposed playground. I'll go into details in a bit. Solar Emphytum spirals, the golden energetics of this design, symbolize a harmonious energetic connection with nature, suggesting an ability to harness natural energies like sunlight for sustainable power generation. This process involves converting absorbed sunlight into a condensed potent energy source that sustains and enhances both your physical and mental evolution. Bionis foliage swirls mimics the intricate patterns of plant neural networks, enabling the corpuscle to camouflage seamlessly with its surroundings. These are the main zones of the Luminera nexus. Data spine, observation pod, communal space, Kinesis docking, transportation connector link, and the naturescape. Let me show you the Nova Lab. The Nova Lab is devoted to aiding fellow cyborgs like yourself in transitioning into organic nature creatures while forsaking their mechanical components. It features numerous groundbreaking functionalities. Biological integration pods in the Nova Lab offer a controlled environment for seamless merging of cyborgs' biological and artificial components. Guided by sophisticated algorithms, the integration prioritizes organic elements, ensuring personalized outcomes. The Nova Lab also includes chambers converting energy from organic sources, promoting sustainable functions.
The Nobel Lab seamlessly blends advanced technology with organic aesthetics, utilizing biomorphic architecture and golden spirals for energy absorption, data visualization, and sustainability. It exemplifies the harmonious integration with nature and showcasing an organic design and environmental consciousness.
I am going to leave you be. Go explore the communal space, the quantum quarters.
A step into a state of art environment designed for collaboration and connectivity. The quantum quarter feature elements like quantum secure communication network, quantum enhanced furniture with goal-based feedback to a data spine. Oh, this is some fancy modular transformative architecture. It's allowing dynamic adaptation to the space according to our need, creating versatile work and recreational area. The surrounding are outfitted with sensor in seamless communication with mind, manifesting a sparkling line of golden light that enchantingly enhance the entire experience, flickering around me like mystical ambient.
The quantum quarters, an energetic and vibrant communal hall for gatherings, combines organic aesthetics and advanced functionality with adaptive configurations, intelligent lighting, and interactive hubs. Inspired by nature's fractal patterns, the hall reflects eco-conscious design through the use of self-regenerating sustainable materials, serving as a community integration hub, which promotes connectivity, innovation, and togetherness.
Corpuscle connection acts as dual-layer network inspired by biology of earth element and interconnected fractal connection. The vertically aligned corpuscle resemble neural column, similar to how neurons align in human brain. They have a fractal spiraling pattern that acts as information pathway, creating a structured flow from basic to complex within interconnected system. Corpuscle weaving horizontally forms synaptic garden, organic hub with captivating spiraling flow from side to side communication. These hub yield rich biochemical signal, fostering neuron interaction and information exchange between neighboring corpuscle.
May I have your attention, please? Fellow enthusiasts embarking on this transformative journey. Submit your digital dockets and join us in the future as we delve into upcoming chapters to unveil Sci's continuing journey in the Flora Nova.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Really fun ending. Thank you. Appreciate the hard work and the presentation. I think that like you guys really like went through like each like portion like of the work and like connected them very well. Like tried to really like show us like all of the interiors and the section cuts. So I appreciate a lot of like this effort. I think that like it's a beautiful project. It's really like amazing like how you were able like again like to connect the two chapters. I somehow like feel that in a way, you know, like I wish some of the scale maybe like of the spaces were smaller or like more intimate. Especially like with this project, I feel that like things like just like are in very, very big proportions, and sometimes like they feel a little bit like towards the next scale, which is the more like public interactions and public areas, right? Like that they are assigned like to the next chapter, like chapter 3. But of course, like this is not like something that like it's happening only in this project, but I just wanted to like share with you guys, because like I do feel that like some of those geometries, like they could have been like more intimate and giving like some other opportunities like for interactions, like on a more like, you know, like a private level. And I feel that like other than that, like I feel that like you've done a great job. Thank you so much for sharing and for pushing through. I think it's like a beautiful project.
Thank you, Paulina.
I'll jump quickly here. So yeah, I think you know, overall, I think I'm very happy to see that you know, you guys ended up like creating like this like very interesting kind of composition between spaces. I think like there could have been a bit more articulation on the pods at the end. I think the condition between them is it's you know, there are more possibilities perhaps into it. I think like we did like 3 different scenarios, but I think that's going to be quite key when jumping to the next stage. So the way I'm talking about how the darker brown pieces are connected with the lighter ones. And I think, you know, like, you know, I can see the one on the top left and the one on the top right. They're kind of well connected. Then the kind of observation pod, it kind of like, it's a bit like looking inwards while it's an observation pod. So I think like the meaning of the functions you're giving to the space is not necessarily super connected to the way they are located. I think, you know, like if we had more time, we could have worked a little bit more on that. I think, you know, overall composition looking great. You know, a little bit more work there. The interiors is perhaps like the ones that, you know, maybe it could have been a bit more fun. Like I think, you know, like it, like the exterior, it had like this very kind of consistent material throughout kind of like the entire corpuscle. I think on the interiors, as much as we have like, you know, quite interesting geometry connected like the ceilings and the floors and so on, I think like it could have been like quite a lot of fun like to develop some of the spaces a bit further. Again, I know that was just like not having enough time. It's always the issue. Yeah, time is always the kind of constraint here. So I would just say like, you know, perhaps when you jump to the next chapter, keep that idea on how we develop the node that connects all the different elements. So I think that kind of semi-open space, it had a lot of potential. Or like, you know, the kind of lighter brown spaces. Like I feel like, you know, that's gonna give you like a nice communal kind of balconies or places to have kind of like have an outlook. So that, like I would say like it might be a bit more like the public space. And then when it comes to the pods, and then if we further articulate them, they could have very clear functions, and like the way they kind of connect to the main structure might start making more sense as we kind of develop the narrative on those. And then, you know, some of these communal spaces, like it might be that, you know, like we start getting like quite interesting visual connections between elements. Like I can see as well, like, you know, as you further develop that one, maybe there is also a visual connection vertically. So that could be quite interesting as well. It does feel, I mean, kind of just the arrangement, obviously, with if you chop off the tentacles that kind of comes off that, it will be quite flat as a geometry. So I think like some of them are going to have to be a bit more 3-dimensional as you jump to the next stages. Otherwise, you're going to end up kind of layering and kind of rotating them or connecting them in X and Y. But there's not as many opportunities at the moment to connect in different directions. So I think that's kind of overall feedback. I think, you know, I would say, like personally, I would feel like you've done a great job from your prosthesis to the corpuscle. I think I feel strong on, you know, the language that you've developed for this chapter. I feel like, you know, it does have a lot more content than the prosthesis, in my opinion. I think, you know, like with what you have here and some of the kind of design techniques you've developed, you should be looking into a quite exciting next chapter. Yeah, and I think like that's more or less it from my side. I think, you know, with a bit more time, it just feels like, you know, we could have added a lot more definition to what each of these 4 or 5 main pods are doing. Like right now they are exactly the same, but I'm sure like, you know, with more space, we will add more richness into them. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in and just add on. I mean, I think Ella is right. I think you know, we struggled a long time with you guys getting sort of the massing shape to be where we wanted to be. And so I really appreciate the amount of work you guys managed to do, you know, in the weeks afterwards and getting, I think, as Ella said, like the texturality of it, I think is really, really good. And especially what I'm really happy with is that when you zoom in, it oftentimes like holds up quite well and doesn't feel like flat, right? I think you guys have like a real dimensionality to that texture that's really good. I think the only piece to me that like, so something that you guys have added after, so these like the Bionis foliage swirls, I think what you called it. They feel maybe, and I'm not sure if I'm right, but they feel maybe like they're almost like a single surface at points. And maybe just having them be like slightly thicker, you know, like have some slight thickness or have some slight more detail on them. They're maybe just a tiny bit flat, right? Just having some kind of some pattern, or like, you know, maybe it's like anisotropic like lines on metal, you know, so you feel like there's like a flow through them. That would have added a tiny bit of that texturality, I think, that could have been really nice. And then I think for the interiors, I think the two spaces you guys chose are really interesting. I would have loved to make them like, you know, as Polina said, like they're both very big, and I think there could have been an option to in sort of the communal space to sort of highlight maybe some of the alcoves, right? Like at some points we had a front view of it and we saw sort of the underpiece where we had the chair and the table originally and stuff like that. It would have been nice maybe to have like a zoom in on a closer, more tighter space and then a larger space to feel sort of the mix of both of it, right? And really get the most out of that space. I think that would have been really, really nice. But overall, I think you guys, you know, you did a great job. I think it's a good sort of working point for our next chapter. And as I say for everybody, don't be afraid to like, you know, for the next chapter, don't be too married to the shape that you have now or to the idea of how it will assemble. Don't be afraid to like chop up bits, scale up, scale down, like take your thing and stretch it a bit to make it work and get some different variations of it. So you can get an amalgamation that's not only one piece repeated 1,000 times. So you have like 5, 6 different pieces that are slightly based on the same thing, but slightly different from each other. But thanks, guys.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you, Oscar.
Oscar giving you some tips and tricks for next chapter.
Awesome.
Hoping to save them a headache.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you guys for the amazing
Any
work.
more comments? Awesome.
Thank you guys for the work. What a journey. Yeah, I can't say much. I think you should be proud of the work. Thanks for the presentation. Great. Super funny. Thank you.
Thank you, Jung.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John.
Next team we have B6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, and welcome to the story of QuantumScape. My name is Dustin Altschul. I'm an architect based in the United States, Grand Rapids, Michigan, to be precise.
Screen is not sharing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Promo. Roma, are you gonna?
Nope.
Yeah, give one. Yeah, sure. Is that fine?
Yeah, full screen and present. Stop. And what you doing? No, full screen and present mode.
Sorry, my Zoom just goes very naughty. Oh, I'm really sorry. It's just lagging. And
Let's move on maybe to the next theme, and then you'll have time to troubleshoot.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll set on this.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I will jump in here. All right. Well, welcome everybody to the story of Serafina, Chapter 2. My name is Kirk. I'm an artist out of Telluride, Colorado, USA, and this chapter is called War and Music. I worked on this with John Graham. In the realm of Luminalis, the Verde had etched their existence beneath the vast canopy of the Great Wise Ancestor Tree. Suspended amidst the asteroids of Quantiscape, they navigated their lives as gentle beings, their days filled with the art of foraging for mushrooms in the desert lowlands and returning to the ancestral tree for moments of safety and delight. Underneath the verdant skyline, tranquility reigned. In this seemingly idyllic existence, devoid of specific predators and marked by a lack of carnivorous instincts, the Verde had evolved into harmonious creatures, harmless in their isolation. With extended hanging arms and delicate butterfly-like wings, they lacked any natural external signs of aggression. However, the symphony of their existence took a complex turn with the discovery of quantum music. The forging of the first quantum harp from extruded sap of the Great Wise Ancestor Tree blurred the simplicity of their world. Quantum music, like a kaleidoscopic explosion, captivated the Verde, awakening their spirits and kindling their desires, painting their reality in shades beyond black and white. Different tunes from different quantum harps animated individuals uniquely, segmenting them into disparate groups. The intoxicating melodies eventually led to conflicts. And they began to use the power of quantum music to create weapons, and so the arms race began. The climax of this discord arrived when the Verde of light radiance developed the first quantum tuba. With only 2 notes, this mighty instrument laid waste to 2 habitable enclaves of Quantiscape, concluding the tumultuous conflict that had left much of the realm in ruins. This led to the formation of guarded architectures and deliberate decisions of how to use spaces. Their structure's function was to guard their musical instruments within and to create advantageous positions to defend from without. They built protected interior rooms with grasping armatures protruding outward to create positions of advantage and opportunities for connection. The main entrance became a guarded checkpoint. Only verified members would be allowed to enter. Their existence, as defined by their architecture, became a duopoly of war and music. One main chamber for each, with only small connective hallways to get from one to another, and to come and to go. They built symphony halls and war rooms. The music elevated their spirits and fueled their desires to dominate over all. Liquid metal volumetric noise filled the core of the corpuscle, held together in quantum equilibrium, vibrating with the sacred chords. This rich treasure was guarded safely within. 3 successive layerings of immaculate tree resin was extruded in swirls to create protective scaffolding functioning as the skeleton of the structure. And pure gold on the exterior to declare their mastery over quantum music. Yet, amidst this chaotic symphony, Serafina emerged, born into a reality marred by wars and discord. Uninterested in the power struggles that had defined her world, she sought to cultivate quantum harps and to create melodies that would enchant her fellow Verde. Cultural power is what fueled her passion. She wanted to be revered. In the ethereal expanse of the symphony hall, Serafina soared, engaging with levitating golden harps that pulsed with multi-dimensional harmonies. Her wings radiated a glowing energy that resonated with the cosmic melodies. charging her spirit with a sense of purpose. In those ecstatic flights, she felt destined to become an honored figure, a quantum musician with the ability to bring harmony to the dissonant notes of Luminalis. Protected inside this corpuscle, vibrating with the power of quantum melody, Serafina, like many before, delved deeper into the music. The more she engaged with the music, the more the music engaged with her, and her power and understanding of the tunes deepened, and also her will to infamy. The beating of the first quantum drum marked the beginning of an eternal symphony in Quantascape. They continued to build more and more, and to amalgamate their structures into larger and larger conglomerates. The music fueling the war fueling the music, the endless cycle continued to escalate. Their structures and ambitions grew taller and taller, and their instruments and their weapons ever more capable. The thirst for power and prestige remained insatiable, the melodies sweeter, and the desires endless. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk,
Thank
for
you.
the presentation. Like you really like pulled off great work through this chapter. I think it's really unique. Like it gives a lot of opportunities also like, you know, like for the next chapters. But this being said, are we able to see like some of the potential aggregations?
Yeah. So here
We
are
have some connections here, yeah.
5 of them.
Perfect. Yeah, I love the language that you're using. I think that the intertwining between the materials, like and the interwoven nature of them, it's working very, very well for you. I think that it's a very interesting storytelling, unique, like it detaches from reality, and I love like how the storytelling is coming together. I love also that like you're not shy or, you know, afraid to change the narrative and to figure out like new pathways and rediscover what, you know, like the chapters and next chapters like mean. And I think that that's a good spirit to have like moving forward. Because like again, like I think that's the challenge here, right? Like for everyone like looking into like their designs and moving into a next chapter, not to get stuck into like the ideas that they already have, but like rediscover, reimagine, and also like enrich the story, right? Like so I think that you've done this like beautifully. There is opportunities obviously, like especially in the interior, to work like closely more like with the spaces and elaborate on them, like carve them out and create like, you know, like cavities and spaces that like could be utilized in a little bit like more, maybe they create like bigger spaces, or, you know, like different opportunities like for also like some functional, you know, like part of the work. But again, I feel that like this has been like a really great progress for you, and it has been a really incredible step towards, you know, like you stepping outside of your shell and really like pushing forward. So I just want to say that I really appreciate the effort. Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Hi, John. So I think, you know, like I think like I would like to start saying like, you know, you guys did a great work like since last time we met. I think, you know, I really like the duality between the two interiors. I'm very happy with it, like this final push on the two interiors. Actually, like I think both of them are, you know, looking great in their own language. I quite like how contrasting they are one from the other as well. I think, you know, like something quite interesting, if we were to have a bit more time, would be like how these two walls kind of merge together in a way. So like how the kind of interior on the top and interior on the bottom, that the two spaces kind of come together. I think, you know, like that's something that definitely you're probably gonna be looking into addressing on the next chapter. Another one is like, you know, I think, you know, narrative was super interesting, very well put together. I will say, you know, like thinking again next chapter, like that's like some of these aggregations, I think like they are not, you know, you could see like there's going to be some challenges there, but I think for me, like the dualism between the two parts is the one that we need to kind of see also what's going to happen when it's kind of coming together, and then if there is like kind of third spaces or if there is kind of any additional elements to add into that. Like the way they connect, like it shouldn't feel like, you know, like the kind of handshaking connection that you describe in there. I think it should be a lot more kind of interlocking. You know, like it would be a lot more interesting when they start to kind of interlock a bit more. You know, in general, like I really enjoyed the presentation, and I think, you know, like you guys did an amazing work connecting all the different elements that we had last time we met and putting it together into these beautiful images. So well done to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Alejandro. Thanks for your
Thank you.
mentorship. It's been wonderful.
Cheers, I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey Kirk. Thanks for the presentation. I think you know, it's really good progress from last time. I think like some of the interiors are more well defined. I would have liked maybe on the bottom one to have like, you know, we had some versions before where we could see a bit more of the, you know, there's so much detail hiding like at the bottom there, that I maybe would have wanted to see like, you know, a tiny bit more emphasized. I think like, you know, it was all the struggle with your project that it was so intense in terms of like the geometries that it was really hard to visualize in a way where it didn't become like super overwhelming. And I think, you know, obviously like there's been a lot of progress from your guys' end. I think like sort of discovering how you should, you know, how you should leverage this and how you should render it. And I think, you know, there's still obviously progress to be done. But you guys are on a good track. And you know, like with all the stuff we explored with the renders during the 2 weeks, there's a lot of steps you can sort of move forward with and sort of, you know, balance out the colors and like add stuff in later if you feel like it. But yeah, overall, I mean, really interesting, and really appreciate the work that you guys put into this, honestly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Oscar. It's been such a pleasure having you as a mentor. So cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Yeah, wonderful work. Really take it together, and you made the presentation here. It's a great way to present the images, the visual, the story, and you lay out a great concept for the next chapter. We have war, which is very interesting to explore. So
Sure
good
is.
job on the whole thing. You pull it out yourself, and you should be proud.
Thank you so much, Tone.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Okay, we have D6 now. The last team to close the presentation.
Yeah, so we'll close it. So before I start, let's make sure we have the screen sharing in order. Great.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, my mirror is not lagging now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so hello and welcome to the story of QuantumScape. My name is Dustin Altschul, an architect based in the United States, Grand Rapids, Michigan, to be precise.
Hi, I'm Roma. I'm an architect based in India.
In the intricate cosmic expanse of the QuantumScape universe, within the gravitational swirls of an asteroid belt, 3 distinctive realms unfolded: Luminalis, Dark Enigma, and Light Radiance. In this celestial arena, the very fabric of reality responded to the orchestration of quantum frequencies, intertwining sound, light, and color in a symphony that resonated through every living organism.
In the heart of Luminalis, bathed in the transcendent glow of quantum hues, stood the enigmatic great ancestor, an ancient tree whose branches had once echoed with the whispers of chosen communicants. However, an enduring silence shrouded in mystery now clung to its boughs, leaving Luminalis netizens in contemplative silence.
The Verde, an exceptional species born of the great ancestors' fruits, wield a profound ability, the manipulation of light and sound through their wings and neural cavities, wielding the ability to attack, defend, and create. They absorb light from their wings, absorb nectar from their vine-like hands. Legend spoke of ancient Verde, who seamlessly interchanged sound and light, their powers amplified in harmonious synchrony. Yet the profound secret dissipated with a great ancestor's silence. Among them, Serafina, a gifted Verde, shared an extraordinary connection with her companion, Lysander, whose essence was interwoven with Luminalis. Together, they embarked on a quest to unravel the latent mysteries concealed by the silent sentinel, moving through beautiful landscapes, horrifying rogues, and enlightenment.
However, today's narrative turns its gaze to the mundane, to the daily life of Serafina. Nestled within the secure confines of the central city, far removed from the tumultuous expanse, her residence was the captivating aerodrome haven, an architectural marvel germinating from the core of the OmniBloom nexus. The core connections are solidified, interconnected resin cells metamorphosed into layers of metals and residue absorbed from the quintessence of the asteroid soil and the ether. Over time, these nexus evolved into complex network boasting a gravitational system honed through adaptive resilience. Much like the elegant wings of Serafina, the buds of the tree unfold into sky blossoms. Encased in organic tissue growth, these airpods, in concert with the gravitational forces exerted by the nexus core, formed a protective cocoon against meteorite showers and the capricious gravity of the asteroid belt.
The gateway to the haven, adorned by an intricate archway, gracefully directed inhabitants along verdant field, an adaptable corridor intertwining with sacred ritual grove, and the gondola garage. Noteworthy within the grove was a luminous altar, an altar of profound ingenuity, encircled by numerous quantum dais. This sacred space employed cutting-edge photonic technology to gather and concentrate ambient light energy, seamlessly transforming it into a fluid essence. This ethereal elixir pulled gracefully in a sacred reservoir, becoming the lifeblood that empowered the entire dwelling, harnessing the liquid light through advanced quantum conduits. Its influence extended beyond mere practical functionalities, enlivening not only the tangible amenities, but also infusing luminalis with a palpable energy during the mystical rites that unfold with the cosmic enclave.
In tandem with the thriving haven, the blossom cradle flourished, an enchanting sanctuary where newborns basked in the embrace of magical light. Bathed in an ethereal glow, the sanctuary resonated with the harmonious hum of quantum energies, cultivating a nurturing environment for Luminalis' youngest netizens, the Verdalets. Devoted pets living nearby in the Harmony Haven look gentle care of these special beings. In a delicate ritual, like their own blossoming, the pets pick their special partners as Verdalets grew. Strategically nestled in the heart of the haven, the cradle served as the crux of Luminalis' future generation, symbolizing the delicate yet the powerful continuity of life within the cosmic enclave.
Linking the cradle to the rest of the haven is a common corridor, a passage through verdant veil, seamlessly guiding inhabitants between the practical learning of the practice pavilion, the serene refuge of eternal respite, and the communal celebration within the celestial banquet hall. This corridor emphasizes Luminalis' interconnected spirit, uniting the ethereal and the pragmatic. And this cosmic ballad, the Aerodome Haven, stood as an embodiment of the synergy between scientific innovation and the elemental beauty of the universe, a testament to the harmonious coexistence of nature's ingenuity. And then just a bit on our design process. We started with the processes and the concept environment requirements, critically the source being growth of trees. We're interested in how trees absorb light and survive in potentially whimsical environments, which led us to the conceptual direction of bubbles growing on trees, and then having the main direction through the engagement of AI to explore bubble, organic growth, and further development of form with parametric patterns, which also lent us to further considerations of how properties of thermodynamics impact and change thin surface membranes as we're primarily working with bubbles, and how they may inform sort of self-contained environments for species survival, and thinking through that dialogue of thermodynamics and other environmental factors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Beautiful work. Thank you so much for, listening to the feedback and bringing back like these beautiful materials. I think that like everything is tying up like together, like with the first chapter now, and like we're able really like to see the beauty of the work that like you're doing. I think that there is a lot of potential like for the next chapter about like connectivity and more, like to explore on the next levels, that there's more like about like public spaces and like connectivity of the different components that you're creating. So I do appreciate like all the effort that like you put in, and like the hard work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just jump quickly here as well. So, yeah, I think like, thanks for the presentation, guys, and all the work done during the chapter. I think, like the composition and the strategy for the Corpuscle, I think, that had a great composition from the very beginning, and lots of opportunities as well, because it's very multi-directional for the next chapter. I think, as we mentioned during the chapter as well, perhaps the kind of connection between the strands and the pods is something that with a bit more time we could have further articulated a bit more. I kind of like how you guys connected the pattern from the pods to the smaller filaments with the kind of smaller pods there. So yeah, like that kind of. So in the bottom image, how the pattern on the pod kind of connects with this kind of filaments with these smaller pods, let's call it. So I think like that was nice to kind of get that extra connection there. So it starts feeling more like all the things are kind of coming together. I think, like the pattern of the pods, it's something that it feels a bit too geometrical for what you guys have on the overall composition. Like it's almost like this how is it called, the Wassail Dome, I think, in Dubai, in the expo. It always reminded me of that one. So that's a kind of a bit of question mark on the pattern definition. But in overall, all the elements kind of came together. Perhaps the interiors is where I will say that we should have had a bit more work on those interiors. The kind of, they're a bit generic, I would say. It does define in a way the two type of spaces, but it could almost belong to any project. Like I don't think like you go to the point where you will completely, like if you put that interior and you give me like the 20 different projects, I could potentially say that belongs to another one. Like you didn't get to the point to own those interiors as part of your language. But that's fine. I mean, it's also a matter of time, obviously. So I think, moving forward, you have a lot of potential to kind of connect and create spaces. It might be that some of these pods or bubbles start kind of merging and becoming like, multi-bubble spaces. So you start clustering them. So that's kind of perhaps for the public spaces a way to think about it. I think, like also, I don't know if there is any external space at all, like when you kind of get to the next chapter, or we always kind of inhabit the space internally? So you either go through the kind of tentacles, or you are inside the pod. So I think like those are two conditions you have at the moment. Potentially, like you'll be developing more conditions, and I think that's where probably will start getting even more interesting. So yeah, I'll leave it there for everyone else to comment. But yeah, thank you for the work, guys.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'll just jump in. I mean I think I agree with that. Like there's like a couple of things that I would have wanted to see slightly improve, and it's like one of those. I mean, I think you did it on some of the bubbles. Like I was saying, like the connection in between the sort of more pinkish metallic filament structure and the more purplish one, like the connection section could have been like slightly more elaborated. So I feel like they're a bit more, integrated with each other. I also just have a question regarding the bubbles. I like that you did the slight inflation, but also like on the front you got sort of a more quad based sort of, there's like a bit of a grid-ish in the reflections. They're no longer smooth. Was that a software limited or into issues with like how the topology worked, or why is there a reason for them to be more sort of related?
So yeah, it's our belief it's actually more of a rendering issue, because our mesh is actually much more dense than that. If you looked at our mesh, you wouldn't find these squares. So
yeah,
I don't. We had some interesting stuff going on this week of our model hitting like kind of like RAM limitations and having to like utilize CPU to work around. So I don't know if that factors in or not. But yeah, it's definitely a rendering issue we would like to overcome. But couldn't. So.
Okay, yeah. It might be a rendering issue if the actual mesh is more subdivided than this, then it might actually just be a geometry issue with like there are those facets, and you might have like had to bring to ZBrush, smooth it, and then remesh it one pass just to like get rid of that. Might have been a thing. I don't know, but it's slightly distracting. It'll be nice if for the like next chapters you guys can figure out how to get that smoothness back into them, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think just one last comment regarding the interiors. I feel like it's nice that one of them has your prosthesis in it. It would be nice to have it in the other as well. Maybe maybe I just don't see close enough. But it'd be nice, to make these spaces feel more inhabited. Like there's more stuff going on there. I think maybe the top one suffers a bit from like the hallway syndrome that we looked at a lot during the 2 weeks, where it's like we're looking at a certain section, but there's like a whole lot of stuff behind it as well that might be interesting. And maybe not enough stuff populated in the foreground that could have added like spiced up the sort of scene, right?
Sure.
But overall, I think it's a really good project, and you guys have a really solid foundation for the next chapter. So I think you're in a good spot.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You managed to pull off. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes.
It was worth it. Great job. Great job. And yeah.
Thank you. With this, we conclude our presentations today. I just wanted to say a really big thank you to everyone involved in chapter 2. I'm sorry. I think it has been like a tremendous learning opportunity, like all this, semester 1 is over officially. So you guys made it through with a really spectacular work and so much growth. We have more chapters to come after the holidays. So we'll have chapter 3, 4, and 5 coming up in order for us to build the full holistic story. And in order to, one second, sorry. In order to be able to envision this new world and fully understand like what your speculations and ideas for this world are. But with this being said, I really like want to say like congratulations, you know, like to our students for completing their first semester. I know it has been like a lot of hard work from everyone's part, but it has been really amazing, guys, like working with you. I feel that everyone is in a really great space, like the work is really elevated, and we can definitely like see that and the growth that you have achieved through the semester. So we really appreciate you guys. Also really warm thank you to Oscar and Alejandro, and also like Tung and Eva and Pedro, for everyone really involved like in the process. Michael and Svetlana also, thank you like for the whole team. And I hope you have a wonderful time off, and you have the opportunity to, you know, like recharge and come like with more excitement with the new year. Thank you guys. It has been wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations,
Thanks, everybody.
everyone. Thank you, everyone. Well done.